Yes. Yeah, karibuni kwa show yetu ya leo. It's my hope that you are doing well. Nimesema niingie kwa show kidogo so that we can be able to talk. Yeah. Niko pahali, I'm waiting for my journey back, and I hope that you have been well. Yes, huyo ni Pauline Solo. Sijui kama mnanisikia. Am I clear? Yeah, so nataraji mmekuwa sawa. Monique Mwangi, it has been up and down, a lot of stuff, but yote ni mema. Okay, sawa. Thank you, Monique. Sawa, Gachagua, asante. So tumetoka kwa one term movement saa hii. Ndio naona nimevaa hapo. Gachagua, nawe umepotea sana. Where have you been? So while I was away, nimesikia mnaiba kura. So hiyo ndio kitu nimesikia. Nimesikia while I was away mtaiba kura. And I've also met with a video ya Ruto akisema yeye anataka miaka mitano kwanza. So yeye alikuwa anataka miaka mitano. After those 5 years, Wakenya waone kama watampea nafasi tena. So that's how it is. So nimeshukuru. So I live in the shadows, my friend. Okay, I get that. Kuna hii video ya Kasongo
Tumekuwa na mjadala inayosema ambaye rais wetu alituambia yake 10 na ya Ruto 10. Sindio? Lakini mimi sitaki 10 sahi. Nataka tuandikiane kwanza hii mkataba ya miaka mitano. Nikifaulu kwa hii miaka mitano mniongezee. Lakini nikianguka kwa hii miaka mitano mtafuta mtu mwingine. Si mzuri?
Inaitangwa words of power. Yeye alikuwa anasema hivyo akifikiria anahudumia watu only kujikuta katika pahali pabaya. Mutanipea tu dakika moja, I confirm something here, then I come back. Don't go anywhere. Nataka kuconfirm kitu hapa tu dakika moja tu. People as they join, I'm coming.
One hour before the flight. So not now. I'll call you up. Airport? Oh, your flight not until 9:25. You have plenty of time. Yeah, so I'm right now we'll be from this gate, but not until 9:45. Yeah, it'll be at this gate as of right now. It could change, but yeah, it'll be at this gate. Yeah. Yeah, at that time. Yeah.
Okay. But amefail. So hiyo ni one term. Aya, huyo ni Pauline anasema hivyo. Yeah, you know words have power. Mimi hata nimeshtuka. Nimekutana na hiyo video nikashangaa sana. Words have power. Sasa vingine tusisamange vitu hivi tu sababu tunataka kusema. At times ukisema kitu kuwa mtu ambaye they mean what they say and they are doing what they mean. Yeah. Leo nimesikia Matiangi ameongea sana. let me try to find him. But I heard that he seriously talked today. So sijui kama wale mmemsikiliza, is he taking over from regarding rhetoric? I want to look for him, but nimesikia ameongea sana. Even Eugene was in the TV today. So matiangi. So I don't know like if there is a kicker, but nimesikia he was interviewed sana. In fact, Karen Life, naishi Karen K24 K24 ndio Kameme. Staki kubwa, nataka zile zimekatakatwa. Naona he was being interviewed by guys from Kameme. That is K24. I do not seem to find like shorter scripts. No, but I don't seem to find shorter scripts. Sijui kama let me just what I mean. Anyway, I see. Yeah. Nitawekea. Yes, hiyo ni Mary. Mary nasafiri. I'm still in the airport, lakini nimechelewa na ndege ya kunipeleka nyumbani. So I have to wait here for a long time until 9, but no problem. I have to wait here for a long time, but no problem about that. The first flight was okay, second one ndio imeleta shida. Wacha niwaekee matiangi. Okay, Recho Nyingi, asante sana. I saw your deed. I really appreciate. Mary Wainaina, I show you a deed. Yes, I really appreciate. So wacha niwaekee matiangi. I don't see to find to vitu.
Watu walikuwa wameuawa, watu wawili Meru, supermarket zimechomwa pale, wafanya biashara walikuwa wanakutana, na mimi nilikuwa naongea kila wakati na wale wazee wengine, na niko na marafiki wengi pande hiyo. Nikashauriwa na wengine wengi kwamba unajua, kwa sababu umekuja Meru siku zote, hii ilikuwa safari ya kipekee, tusifanye katika mazingira haya. Wacha tungojee kidogo, alafu kukitulia na bila tumeongea tutafanya hiyo safari.
Na mshirika wako wa kisiasa Daktari Fred Matiang'i, Peter Monyo alielezea kwa nini ulifuta ziara yako katika kaunti ya Meru, na pia umefafanua zaidi.
Hapo Matiang'i anaelezea kwa nini alikata safari yake ya Meru. It is because of destruction. So anasema he was advised. Let's see na huko mbele alisema aje.
Unajua haya maneno yote ni kuzingizia tu, ni kushindwa na uwajibikaji wa kazi, na badala ya kuwajibika kwa kazi na kutekeleza mipango ya kazi na maendeleo na kufuta nchi pamoja, sasa imekuwa ni siasa ya kuzingizia kila wakati. Na nimewaeleza, na mkinipea nafasi nionyeshe wazi. Hawa viongozi wetu wamekaa tu wakifanya hii sarakazi zio na mwisho, kuimba tu kila wakati. Mwaka wa kwanza wimbo ulikuwa ni Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na serikali yake ndio waliharibu nini, mwaka mzima hiyo ndio ilikuwa wimbo. Mwaka wa pili wimbo ilikuwa unajua ni Raila na Wajaluo na Azimio ndio wanafanya maandamano, ndio wanataka kuharibu serikali. Hata ikafika wakati mwingine hata rais mstaafu mwenyewe anatishwa. Mwaka wa tatu saa hii ni wimbo nao ni unajua ni Wakikuyu wanataka kuharibu serikali sijui nini. Labda mwaka ujao itakuwa wimbo mwingine ni Wakisii na Wakamba wameungana na Waluhya wanataka kuharibu serikali. Tuache msunguko na hii sarakazi. Watu wafanye kazi ile ambao wamepewa wafanye, watoe huduma kwa wananchi. Wananchi hawana shida na mambo mengine, wanauliza maswali kama kawaida, na hiyo maswali inaulizwa na kila mtu, haiulizwi na kabila moja, haiulizwi na kikundi moja, inaulizwa na kila mtu.
Na upande wa upinzani unasema utasubiri mwaka 2027 kumwondoa Rais William Ruto mamlakani kupitia kura. Lakini wakati huo huo vijana wa Gen Z ambao wamekuwa wakifanya maandamano wanasema inawezekana Rais William Ruto aondolewe madarakani kabla uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2027, wakiainisha baadhi ya vipengee katika katiba. Je, kwa mtazamo wako asubiri 2027 debeni ama mwamko wa Gen Z una nguvu ya kikatiba?
Kwa maoni yangu mimi, kwa sababu tunataka stability kwa nchi yetu na security kwa nchi hii, and we will not have security or stability outside of the constitution. Tufuate katiba. Tumeamua kuwa tutakuwa nchi ya kidemokrasia, tufuate katiba vile iko. Chochote tunahitaji kufanya kwa nchi hii, hata iwe ni mambo ya kubadilisha uongozi ama kufanya kitu chochote, tufanye kupitia kwa njia ya katiba. Kama kuna sehemu ya katiba ambayo inaruhusu watu kubadilisha viongozi mbele ya uchaguzi, hiyo ndio itafuatwa. Lakini kama hakuna sehemu ya uchaguzi ambayo sehemu ya katiba ambayo itatuwezesha kufanya maneno kama hayo, tufuate katiba. Kwa sababu my friends, if we don't follow the constitution, it might work for you today, but what will happen to the country? Let's follow the law. Let's follow the constitution as it is. All of us, sisi wote, our hope for a stable and prosperous country is in living strictly under the law and following the law as it is right now. We can have differences of opinion, we can argue, we can have whatever challenges we have, but we must understand that our security and our future is in living by the law and following the constitution, because outside of it is anarchy. Okay. So whatever arguments we have or whatever challenges we have among ourselves, let's execute them and follow them strictly within the law, because you might think certain things happen and certain things favor you outside of the law. But that's like, riding a tiger. It can turn around and bite you. Let's follow the constitution.
Naam, lakini wenye mtazamo huo wanasema katiba imewapa wananchi nguvu ya kuwakilishwa na viongozi mbalimbali, na rais anaweza ondolewa madarakani kupitia wale wawakilishi ama Wakenya ambao wamepewa nguvu na katiba.
Yeah, but you see, the same constitution prescribes how a president can be removed, including a vote of no confidence. That can happen before 2027. And if that's what I'm saying, let's follow the law. If that is going to be, if it's changing leadership before the elections, the constitution provides for how that will be done. Okay. But it cannot be a willy-nilly decision. The people who want to sit in the bush and decide this is what's going to happen. I mean,
yeah, I think that one was a brilliant response. I think Matiangi was talking in terms of if there is a way in which we can explore Katiba na tutoe Ruto. I think he doesn't want to be too much pro-violence, so I get him. See, I don't think ataki kwenda kwa hiyo lane ya violence, so ndio anajaribu kusema kama kuna kipengele kwa katiba kinaoneshana vile tunaweza toa rais, we can do that. Yeah, and frankly speaking, ziko mingi mnaweza toa rais akuwa pumbwani, or if he is not thinking well, there are so many things you can do. So I don't think Matiangi is ironing out anything related to getting somebody out of power, which makes sense. Wacha nipita mbele kidogo. I don't know what
this week we're hosting a free trading and investing workshop right here in Minneapolis. Inside this workshop,
we are beginning to see again cases like those. We had worked on 100. Wakati mwingine mimi nafikiria hiyo kasumba inatumika kutoa hofu na kuogopesha watu wengine ambao wangekuwa na usawishi ama uwezo wa kusaidia nchi zao. Okay. Ili sasa watu wanaogopa, wanatoroka, wanasema hatuwezi kuingia hapo, hiyo ni mambo machafu. Because you see, vile naambianga watu kila wakati, even now I was in public service, unajua kama hata ukitaka godituzi kutoka January mpaka December, kama hiyo ndio kitu unaona ni maana kwako, asante sana. Rais Kibaki alikuwa hapa, amefanya kazi nzuri sana, very respected economist and so on. Mmemwona Rais Kibaki hata siku moja akitusi watu kwa jukwaa la kisiasa, alifanya kazi yake akaondoka. Mmemwona Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akitumikia Kenya, mmemwona Rais Kenyatta akitusi watu kwa jukwaa hata siku moja. You can do your work and go away. What we are seeking to do, ile tunatafuta ni nafasi ya kutumikia nchi yetu. Sio sarakasi na mchezo wa tukanana huko, sina haja na hiyo.
Umekuwa ukifanya kazi World Bank, sijui kama umejiuzuru kirasmi?
Nimejiuzuru kirasmi, nimetoa barua ya kujiuzuru na kutoka huko. Singefanya interview hii kama nilikuwa sijajiuzuru kutoka kwa shirika hilo, kwa sababu kuna traditions na requirements za kufanya kazi huko ambazo haziwezi kukuruhusu kuingia ama kuhusika katika mjadala wa kisiasa ukiwa huko katika wakati huo. Nimezungumza na wakubwa wangu na nimetoa notice ya kuondoka, na wao wanaelewa pia kwamba ninataka kushiriki katika ujenzi na maendeleo ya taifa langu, na hakuna dhambi kufanya hivyo na hujavunja sheria ukifanya hivyo.
Okay. Na changamoto tatu zinazowakumba wa Kenya ni deni la taifa, ufisadi na uhaba wa ajira. Una malengo gani ambayo yanapimika ya kutatua masuala haya utakapokuwa rais iwapo utachaguliwa?
Unajua hayo ni maneno mazito na yanahitaji kuzungumziwa kwa muda, haya yote matatu. Nianze na mambo ya ajira kwanza, kwa hivyo nitazungumzia kifupi, lakini wakati wa kutoa sera wenyewe, mimi haya ni maneno tumeyajadiliana na wengine kwa muda mrefu sana, na mimi niko na mipango na nitapendekeza njia vile tutakavyoifanya. Unajua, there is no government anywhere on earth that creates employment in and of itself. Government creates employment through public policy and enhancing investment. Investment comes into a country and growth comes as a result of a set of policies. In a country where investors are leaving because of either the way they have been treated or the conditions of investment in the country, that's why you have a problem of unemployment here. I have met people myself, recently, investors and people, and obviously,
anyway, huyo ni matiangi leo,
the kind of exposure I have would meet a lot. Confidence ya mtu, kuna secretaries general wa vyama vingine pia wanaongea na hiyo confidence. Kwa hivyo ya mambo ya siasa vile watu wanafanya, nianze kujifanya hapa, nianze kusema nimetoka sijui wapi mbinguni, vile watu wanadanganya watu hapa. Na ukweli ni huu, nilifanya kazi katika serikali ya nani? Chama hicho ni chama cha Jubilee, nilitekeleza sera za Jubilee, nilikuwa huko. Kwa hiyo fundamentally ukiangalia, utuseme tu ukweli, fundamentally I was implementing Jubilee policies when I was a minister for 10 years. Nimekuwa hapo. Kwa hivyo ukianza kusema wale ambao tunafahamiana zaidi katika mambo ya kisiasa ni wale viongozi walikuwa Jubilee, kwa sababu tukiongea mambo ya sera tulikuwa tunaongea sera za Jubilee, na chama hicho ndicho chama kilikuwa katika utawala. Lakini wakati huu, vile nimesema hapo mbeleni, tunaongea sasa, ni wakati wa mjadala, vile tunaweza kujiunga na kuungana na watu wote, na tunazungumza sisi wote. Kuna vyama vingi ambavyo tunazungumza nao wakati huu. Wengine wananiuliza unaweza kuwania urais kupitia chama chetu, na jibu langu ni moja, ngoja tuzungumze na wengine, hata hao wa Jubilee ambao mimi nilitumikia katika serikali yao, ambazo sera zao ndio mimi nafahamu zaidi kwa sababu nilikuwa nao kwa serikali. Naseme
In other news, Minnesota residents are going to be happy to hear this. It just came out. There's a new website where any Minnesota resident, as long as you live within a zip code in the state, you can apply to have your auto insurance rates reduced significantly. All you have to do to qualify.
Mtu ambaye alifanya hii maneno ni Fred Matiangi, sheria iko. Okay. This na DCI. But wakafungua file, wakaanza investigation kwa hiyo maneno. Wakati tulitoka kwa serikali, walikuwa wanaendelea na uchunguzi ijulikane ni akina nani. In fact, when we wanted an inquest at that particular time, the security officer said an inquest is necessary when so many facts cannot be easily traced. Now we have the bodies. The members of the family or the next of kin will come and pick the bodies. We will conduct the investigation. We will piece together the facts from that point and get to the truth of the matter. So we said, fair enough, let us proceed. So the question is, I have said this several times before. it's very easy to bandy blame around and throw blame around because it's politically convenient to do that kind of thing. Why can't we have open investigation? Why can't we make this matter open? Mtu akikuja mbele Katonya aseme mtu ambaye alifanya hii maneno ni Fred Matiangi, sheria iko. I have never lived above the law in my life.
In other news, Minnesota residents are going to be happy to hear this. It just came out. There's a new website where any...
So when you ask me about response, you ask me to make a decision and judgment on a matter that facts have not been brought out to light. And if we go that direction, we are going to repeat the same mistakes that are going on now, where there are problems, and instead of solving the problems, ni siasa tunataka kufanya nayo.
Mheshimiwa, tukianza haya mazungumzo, ulisema serikali iko na mkono mrefu, serikali inajua kila kitu kinachofanyika. So sasa hivi unataka kutuambia serikali yenye ulikuwa unafanyia kazi haikujua ama haina habari?
That is why Katonya, the DCI had opened the file. DCI had done investigations. There are reports in those files that need to be looked at. I didn't go away with them. And I will not deny that our officers did not know about the matter. Why can't they share what they know? That's what I'm saying. You see, I don't want blanket condemnation. Kusimama hapa kusema ni Kitura alifanya hivi ama ni Katonya alifanya hivi na tena sasa tutoe lawama kwa Kitura ama kwa Katonya is the same story we are saying. You are going around in circles instead of solving a problem. Why don't we actually solve this problem conclusively, all of us? Put all the facts that are available in the open and let those who accountability go the direction investigations take us. So but you see, you have nisimame hapa niseme mtu ambaye alikuwa available. You know, people are very easy. I know what people would like to see happening in a situation like this is where you name people and say they should be condemned and so on and so forth. And I'm saying that is a very dangerous path to take for a country. What will solve our problems as a country is to be truthful and to focus on the reality that we have as it is. Kama makosa imefanyika na yule mtu
I think that is enough for Matiangi. So sijui kama kuna take away home. I don't know if there is take away home. Kuna message nyingine nimepatana nayo na nilikuwa nikitaka pia we discuss it. Sijui kama Mary ulikuwa umeisikia. Nimesikia watu wakisema ati hapa Marekani kama ati unataka kuona Gachagua ati unalipa 200,000. I wanted us to discuss that. Ati wale watu walikuwa wanataka kuona Gachagua walikuwa wanalipishwa 200,000. Ya ni story nimesikia watu wakisema, hata Ngonjiri amekuwa akizisema, but yes, there are number of events watu walilipa, but hizo event watu walikuwa wanalipa because there were people who are coming to do some presentation, like day one. Hiyo day one tulilipa $100. It was not, haikuwa pesa ya nani. Hiyo siku ya kwanza tulilipa $100 pale kwa gate. It is because of the facilitation which was being done there. We ate. So, and I don't think like kuna mtu alikuwa ametutayarishia chakula huko tukuje tukule bure. We are not being told that. So kulikuwa na chakula ilikuwa imeandaliwa huko. I hand that some of the convenience, payment of the hall na vitu zingine. So hiyo tulilipa $100. Hii ya pili ambayo nani ya Samindo, ile ambayo again entrance ilikuwa $100. It was purely for the event organizers wale wa Samindo. I think ma promoters wa Samindo ndio walikuwa wanalipisha hiyo $100. So from there jana pia kulikuwa na event nyingine watu walilipa $30, but again Gachagua was not there. In all those events which people were paying, Gachagua actually alikuwa anapeana tu statement mwanzoni alafu anaenda. so he could give a statement mwanzoni alafu anaenda. So hao watu wamelipa 200,000. I would want them to come and tell us kama kulikuanga na meetings zingine za Gachagua other than the ones which we attended. I would like to know maybe if there is a door-to-door meeting, not door, like a one-on-one meeting where you have to pay. And I don't think there was any importance of wanting to see Gachagua one-on-one, because he was there, he was giving the information. Personally, I did not push like to see him one-on-one. I did not see the importance of it. I don't want this. I don't know. Maybe hao watu wanasema like Gachagua analipisha hiyo $200. No, $2,000 or $1,500. I don't know why would they even want to pay to see him. And Gachagua was accessible kwa hapa, anaongea story ya one time. Unless sasa kama wewe kuna vitu zingine unataka mpange na yeye. That is why if you are not genuine, you will pay that money. If you are not genuine, maybe kama what I know ni kuna haka kasichana kanaitwa kanasema, that's what I know na that is where we are being mobilized to changia. Maybe naweza waambia that one I know watu wanachangia. Kuna haka kasichana kanaitwa Angelica Higa. Sijui kama mnajua Angelica Higa. I think Angelica Higa Sami Costa, me, I've not seen that itinerary. We have to look for it. But I heard that from Seattle you will be going to Maryland. Yeah, so Remy, so kuna huyu msichana anaitwa Angelica Higa. There's that lady called Angelica Higa. So huyu Angelica Higa, that's what I heard. Huyu Angelica Higa ndiye amekuwa na defamation case na amelipishwa $2,000,000. So huyu Angelica Higa, she want to be a women rep in I don't know if it's women rep. Yeah, there's that girl called Angelica Higa. So now people are being mobilized there kuchanga pesa. Hata hapo ndio nimeona hata kwa group work hiyo, hata you can even see the contributions hapo vile ziko. Gachagua ametoa 500,000, yeye mwenyewe ametoa 100, Senator Medho 100, Speaker Jay Waiganjo 50, Kennedy 50, Cyrus 50, Peter 50, Wakili Kongo 20, Honorable Wanjiko Mohia 20, from Wambuinyo to 30. Yeah, those are the people who are wamechangia hiyo case. Yeah, Bibi Top has been here. I don't know how long he will be in the US. Hiyo siwezi, I cannot explain that. But ile event Bibi Top alikuwa na ile event Samido walikuwa, those ones were being paid for. So I can tell you, and the payment was between $30 and $100. So hizo tulilipalipa. So I paid for 3 events. Na pia nikanunua hii. I also paid for that. So there was a guy who was selling that. I bought that. They didn't have a more fierce one than that one. I thought wangekuwa na kitu kama half time would have been better, but one time movement. So hiyo tulifanya. So I think hiyo story ya Gachagua kuitisha 1,500, it has to be investigated more, because I did not witness it. Maybe it is because I was not interested in seeing him one-on-one. Ndio sikuitishwa. Oh, Eve Mwangi anasema Njiro, I saw shaking hands with Gachagua. That's great. Yeah, ni na nikamuonesha hiyo bunch ya one time. Nilimusalimia tu, but I didn't have a moment to speak with him. But najua Mungu atainipea siku moja, I will be able to speak with these people. Yeah, hata matiangi, I will be able to speak with them. So that is the beginning of the long journey. Gachagua sijai muona in my life. Now nimeona vile anakaa sura, so it's an improvement of my former self. Yes, my queen. Na tafadhali, you can still subscribe our channel wale mnaingia. But yule mumama Gen Z wa Nakuru women rep uswai. No, si ati mimi nilimleta hapa. What happened is that it was a organic interview. Ni mtu tu alikuwa tuko kwa barabara, so na muinterview sikuwa nikijua who she is. And then akakuja akaongea hivyo aliongea hapa. I was embarrassed even myself. So I don't think hao ndio wale watu tunataka kwa uongozi Kenya. I was embarrassed myself. So Bwana Same Costa, it was a serious embarrassment sababu huyo mama venye ameongea hata kama I think she doesn't know what leadership is all about. Huyo mama ako na mashida mingi. I think she wants to go and serve herself. So I will be calling some people to make sure that one happens. I corrected some very serious numbers. We will make sure that one happens. So because we know Gachagua asipotafutana na Trump, watu wengine watatafutana na yeye. So kukura mbele sio kukorox. So at least atafutane na yeye saa hii. That is something I really wanted to hammer, but kuna mtu nitapigia simu hapa ako cross na yeye. At least wafike hiyo level. At least I wish he can look for that opportunity ya kufika White House. It will really help us a great deal. Yes, Brother Benson, karibu sana. So yeah, so we are trying to vent some information to them. Yeah, wakitusikiliza ni vizuri. So Brother Benson Media anasema hello, kindly find out for me if he is visiting Boston. Yeah, nitaulizia. But kutokana na wale watu nimesikia wakisema ni ya kwamba he will be here like for around 2 to 3 weeks. Arudi Kenya kidogo, sijui ni kama atarudi tena, but I don't think Gachagua will not do the 2 months full stretch ya huku. So I think those 2 months zitakuwa na some break. Anakuwa hapa, anarudi kidogo, anarudi tena. I think it is not 2 months in full because it is not practical, frankly speaking. Unless he is having so many other things, but it will also be very monotonous. It is better you come like for 2 weeks, do some many events which you want to do, have a break, come again. Personally, I was not for being here for 2 months, unless if there are so many people who you want to meet. So we're also pushing for that. At least he needs to start establishing relationship with the people in the US government. So now as umeambiwa hapo, he will be in Boston on 20th. That is 6 days from now. So please, watu wa Boston, mutembee na you share for us videos. That is what we want to see. We have to follow. So I think 20th will be a weekend. It will be on a Sunday. It will be this Sunday. This Sunday inakuja. So I think he is really traveling. He is really traveling. So I know he will be in Maryland, Boston. Tumeconfirmwa Maryland ndio sijui date. So then it shows he will be in Boston before Maryland. From what I'm seeing, he will be in Boston before Maryland. So let's keep a watch on that. So Sami mutawachwa na Lege, then muanze. 2 million ghost votes have been added in Northeastern with Kamago Olewenu. So Same Costa, that is something which we also asked some people who are in. So wametuambia tusikue na shida. Wametuambia pia we try to swarm them also. We swarm them. We make sure tumepiga kura kabisa, tumechukua kura kwa wingi, so that we can neutralize any attack kutoka hiyo. Hao watu wanasema wataiba. Hebu niwaekee huyo mama. Nasikia ati kuna mama amesema tutaiba kura. Let me look for her. Muniambie, she is speaking for who and why is she not being arrested for? That's why I think Kenya is a joking nation. Huh? Wacha tuone. Hao watu ni majoka sana. Atu wataiba uchaguzi. Hebu tuone hii. Njiro, what's your email address or what's Trump email address? Sawa. That's my email address. We are pushing forward to see Trump involvement in this thing. Kwa kusema ukweli. So, wacha niwaekee huyu mama wa kuiba kura. At least muniambie. Na tafadhali please keep subscribing our channel and you can also support us with some monetary values. We highly appreciate. So what about?
Hey, good afternoon to everyone traveling in Delta Flight 3904, service to Duluth out of 88. My name is Tyler. It's my pleasure welcoming this flight. Happy to share expecting an on-time departure of 4:23.
People have really been sharing.
And we will begin boarding in 21 minutes to help us with an on-time departure. We can ask your ticket to your boarding zone as call, which can be found on your boarding pass. To help make your travel easier, if our overhead bins come full, we're happy to valet check your carry-on bag for a free to your final destination. Before valet checking your bag, please remove any lift and body part.
Back-to-back meetings. I can't find my notes, and I haven't had coffee. Man, I wouldn't want to be you.
A section of political leaders from Northeastern region led by Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale have declared their support for President William Ruto's bid for a second term, citing the successful implementation of key development projects that have significantly improved the lives of Kenyans. Speaking during the 60th anniversary celebrations of Wajir High School in Wajir town, the leaders applauded President Ruto's commitment to transform the country.
Uhuru handed over to you, President Ruto, a peaceful and a stable nation. You must implement the oath you took in Kasarani.
And speaking on behalf of all governors of Kenya as chair of council, you have my support, you have my assurance that we will work with you to ensure that SHA succeeds for the benefit of the average Kenyan.
Sisi maneno yetu ni mafupi tu. Tunasema tu 2 term. Ama kuna maneno mengine? 2 term. Sio? Si tunangojea tu debe iletwe hata kama hatutakuwa na votes tutamuibia. Hiyo si siri. Asante.
Wow. It's called the new Kenya. Hata kama tutakuwa na votes tutamuibia. Hiyo si siri. And that lady is walking in the streets na hakuna mtu anamuuliza. Huyo alikuwa ametumwa. Huyo kuna mtu alimwambia enda ushake ground tuone. Tingiza hiyo mti ya matunda, tingiza. Hiyo Njiro wameanza kuona giza. Sijui lakini huyo dem hata vile anakaa mtu wa 350 tu. Huyo tu ni professor wa 350. Wacha nisimuite professor. Huyo ni graduate wa 350 huyo. There's no in which you can only speak that way kama wewe ni graduate wa 350. So if Mwangi ukin graduate 350, that's how you talk. Ano umesikia? Graduate wa 350 anaongeanga hivyo. Ninakwambia graduate wa 350 anaongeanga hivyo. Because sasa unajua sasa hiyo sio akili unatumia vitu zingine. Hiyo sio akili, kuna kitu anatumia. Hata wewe ukikuwa graduate wa 350 utaongea hivyo. If hata jaribu kuingia room 350 high school uone, by graduation utakuwa unaongea hivyo. Hamunielewi lakini ni sawa. Hamunielewi lakini ni sawa. Mama Nyakairo graduate wa 350 anaongeanga hivyo. Bachelors of 350. B tutaita nini? Tunakuanga na LLM BA. So that one is BA in 350. So kama we uko na bachelors ya 350 unaongea hivyo, si tutamwibia huyo mtu atumie kichwa, anatumia vitu zingine. It is impossible. You cannot speak that way if you are normal. I doubt. Huyo madama yuko normal. Na hizo kofia unatoanga wapi Njiro? Don't worry about that. They are many. Mimi ni promoter wa makampuni mingi. Njiro, mimi siwezi za kina Sabina Nyege. Hebu tuone ate katiba ya mkataza speaker tu. Wow. So anyway, magraduate wa room 350 wanaongea hivyo. So naona Mama Nyakairo amekuja. Go ahead. Endelea Mama Nyakairo.
Thank you, Chiro. Wakenya wetu, hi cousins, hi mashemeji, hi everybody. These names that we were given by Gachagua, actually, it works. It gives people morale or feeling about each other and feeling belonging. Na hiyo ni kitu mzuri sana, especially now Kenyans feel belonging because anytime they say hi cousin, they smile. It's a good thing. When they say mashemeji, they smile, which means it's a smile that has been spread all over in Kenya. People are enjoying calling each other those names. Badala ya kuwa kusema ushuti watoto ama watu kwa mguu, you just say hi cousins and it makes everybody feel good. So nimeingia tu kidogo briefly Njiro, sababu ya hiyo maneno ambayo huyo mama amesema. Could this be the lady who, you remember there were some ladies who were fighting out of parliament? You remember something like that? You know, pushing each other and they went to the ground and they were like saying ata wewe si mrembo.
Karibu watoane nguo, uliona? Karibu watoane nguo.
Wakaambiana wewe si mrembo, hakutaki. I don't know whom they were fighting for. These ladies are, I don't know. I think there are some things which we deserve respect. We deserve respect. Mama kama huyo sasa aliongea, hata ukimwangalia utaona alififia. Kwa sababu hiyo sio tabia ya mama. Ya wamama. That is what I mean. Decent women, they don't do that. Na hata kama alitumwa, hata kama angesema ai hiyo siwezi, nothing would have happened to her. Sasa imemfanyikia kwa sababu wananchi wanamwangalia tofauti sasa na kuona ni mtu ambaye ako na mdomo loose. You cannot tell people when they are grieving, when they are very unhappy in their country, ati tutawaibia. So they are smelling defeat. They know they are defeated. That is why they are talking like that. And you cannot come and tell me simply because uliiba wakati huo mwingine unakuja kuniambia wazi ati utaniibia. Sasa hivyo ni kumaanisha unatafuta vita. And Kenyans don't want this. They want a peaceful change that is going to help the country. Right now the country is down. We want our country stand. They cannot stand with how these people are talking. Already wanajua wamekosea wananchi, wanajua mambo yao si mazuri, and they are igniting fire. So that is my take, Njiro, na wacha niende upande wa Matiang'i. On my own opinion, I don't see Matiang'i like failing to be how I would say he is not doing as a president, as a candidate for presidency. Wale watu vile wameumbwa hawawezi change, and they can do a lot. Kuna watu wanafanyaga kitu, wewe unafanyaga haraka na yule mwingine anafanya pole pole. And by the way, wewe unafanya haraka, saa ingine hata unakosea mambo ingine na already umepita hapo. Lakini mwenye ako na upole anafanya mambo yake taratibu mpaka anamaliza. So I don't see why we should challenge Matiang'i that he is not ati hatumii lugha ya kuonyeshana yeye ni kama president. I don't know which word I can use people to understand me what I'm talking about. Yani kutumia forceful language ndio aonekane ati yeye ni shupavu, yeye ati ni mwenye nguvu, anaweza fanya kazi ya presidency. Me, I don't see the problem. Kwa sababu hali ya inchi sasa, kama vile Kasongo anatuongelesha, of course we feel intimidated, we feel denied, we feel disappointed, we feel like we are children, we feel like we cannot fight him because that sound, that voice anatolea watu a command, it's authoritative and a very bad thing because people don't want to hear that. They want to hear somebody somebody articulating what he really means to do, and we can perceive that. Sio lazima ushautie watu na hiyo sura umekunja kwa sababu umekasirika na watu. How many people have made you angry? And if there are so many people, ask yourself a question. Kwa nini hawa watu wote wamekasirika? Kwa sababu yangu. Don't come to make people more angry because you want to show that you are more angry than them. Umewaoffend na unakuja ukiwa very aggressive. So for me, I don't see any problem with the Matiang'i. Well, it's not a must that you can answer all the questions the way people want. But me, I will just take day by day kwa sababu mambo ni mengi. There are a lot of things that are going to be done before you reach to the day of our election. He might wake up and you see a different man, and he cannot start being roughing, things, and then we say that, oh, huyo ni jamba, huyo ndiyo tunataka. Me, I don't take things that way. I would like somebody to go step by step because it's a long process. Vile anajisikia akishindwa haidhuru, lakini tunajua muda hauongoji, lakini I don't see any problem with the Matiang'i at this juncture. I just feel like he is making his penetration to those issues slowly by slowly. Makosa, ile maswali anaulizwa anajibu according to his status. Hata wewe labda utajibu in a different way, but it might mean the same if you mean good for the country. What I believe is that Matiang'i love his country, and he can do a lot as much as we know him. If there is a change at this time. We wananchi lazima sasa, kwa vile tumesikia uchungu kwa huyu mtu vile ametuumiza, we might put some things for putting to awareness to the new presidency that this and that we don't want. And if it happens, you are to be accountable. So as we go, we are learning and we want to make sure that hatutaumia tena kama hivi tumeumia. Na niseme kuna shida ambayo tumeona kwa nchi yetu, na mimi sitaogopa kusema, kwa sababu hao watu ukiangalia habari ya Moi, in fact we suffered so much. I am a victim and we suffered being thrown out of our land we moved without knowing where we are going. And unfortunately, where we settled again, the fight started again, and we had to immigrate and move to a secluded place where people now decided, let's settle here. We had some plots, we had to construct shelter. I mean, people suffered. Yani mashamba mmenunua na mnaambiwa hiyo karatasi mmeshika hiyo title mmeshika na mkono ni karatasi kama ile ingine. And the inhabitants of the area decided to occupy the land they had already sold. So it is a bad thing to happen. And when you think about those movements with children and all what you have, it's bad. Now, look at this same person from the same area. I'm sorry, cousins and semeji, tusichukiane, lakini tujue kuna watu ambao huwa hawana uongozi hata kidogo. Ruto cannot end this country in good shape. Na kwa hivyo nilikuwa nasema watu hao wawili wamefanya the same thing repeating. Ruto repeat the same thing. So when I see what is happening, I just feel, I'm flinched when I think how much we went through. Ruto has never ran a business. He has never been employed. Akajua vile mtu akiwa employed huwa anafanyia watu kazi namna gani. Huyu ni mtu amekuwa kwa politics and he has never been a good person. He has been wild. So hawa watu mimi nitasema it's the same thing we are facing as Moi's time. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya tujue ni hali gani iko, ni hali gani tunaweza jimudu kwa upande wa kuangalia watu kulingana na vile tunawajua. But I'm sorry, I will not say the whole lot. They are bad people. But when you have tasted first and second, then you shy off. Maybe. So Kenyans, we love each other, whatever part of the country you come from. Na kweli kabisa tunaheshimiana. Hata watu kutoka kwao already wamenotice huyu mtu ni mtu mbaya. And we cannot accept that he continue doing what he is doing. Ati kwa sababu yeye ameingia hapo kwa sababu ya constitution. Constitution haikumaanisha mtu akiingia hapo aanze kunyonga watu ama kuua watu ama kuabduct watu. It stands for the right of the people and the safety of the people. Na watu kile kinafanya wawe wanapiga kelele is because everything has gone to contrary of what constitution stands for. So, Jiro, or those the few remarks, I feel we are not short of good people. We have good people who can take care of our country, people who knows which way to go, and people who care about the inhabitants, kwa sababu ukiua watu nani watakupigia kura? So na tena unawaua ufaidike na nini? There is a way of how you can arrest those people and put them in jail, hata kama ukiwafunga maisha, rather than killing people, then they disappear from the earth. You don't know where they came from, you don't know them, na kweli kabisa hujui yeye ni enemy, unamfanya enemy yako, wewe ndio unawafanya enemy yako, lakini they are not enemy. You are the enemy of everybody who is crying in Kenya. So he better stand up and be a person who can respect people's life as the Constitution states. And it will not be like he uses the word Constitution for his side when he is doing wrong. Ama anasema democracy when he is doing wrong. Sa hiyo ndio anaileta karibu, of which democracy in our country is dead. There is no democracy in our country. Our country is deaf with democracy. And so Ruto should think how he's gonna pack himself and have a good time by himself, not with Kenyans. Kenyans are fed up of him. Sasa nimesikia anajenga tunnel ili atakuwa akipita ndio asijulikane ako wapi. I wonder what is wrong with him. Kwani anaona yeye, kwa nini yeye anaangalia uhai wake sana hivyo lakini hajali uhai wa watu wale wengine? Why does he feel like he's more important? 1,000 times he is worth it than anybody else in Kenya. Ni nini ako nacho zaidi isipokuwa kuumiza watu? We don't even recognize we have a president there. All these names he is being called, he should know that nobody wants him. Na anafanya makosa kwa kuwa kwa hiyo nyumba ambayo it belongs to wananchi. Shida yake ni nini? Unajenga tunnel uwe ukipita huko kwa sababu gani? You don't want to see people anymore. Then you should go to Sugoi and rest there. Nobody will come there to look for you. Kenya is bigger than you. And he should know those tunnels he is building, it will be, I don't know. Your guess is good as mine. Asanteni. Jiro, that's my take. Thank you.
Oh, nilikuwa nikijibu Brother Benson. Brother Benson anaitisha contact za event organizers wa Gachagua huku. Wale watu niliweza kupata contact zao, hoping that they will be able to pick. There is a guy called Gekonyo. Gekonyo ndiye DCP Diaspora. I think ni chairman ama ni, yeah, but there's a guy called Gekonyo ndiye mkubwa wa DCP hapa Diaspora. So I can share the contact for him. And I have other people like Ijango, yule jamaa anatoa Kimani Kemanongo, yule Owen. So all those people, I think if you talk with them, they can help you. So Anne, nilikuwa nataka kukujibu. History ya third force, it doesn't work. Third force does not work anywhere. America, they tried it, it did not work. So yes, people might want and might always say about that force, But that force does not work because for that force to become a winner, sometimes actually that force becomes a spoiler. That is usually the problem I have with the third force. Yes, you can do the third force. Wale watu ambao but I would want to hear an explanation of how the third force can produce a win. So in America they tried it in 1992. It did not make it. Yani people, you know, that force is like a blend. It's like a blend of the two extremes. I've not seen that force producing anywhere. Yes, it is something which people talk of, but I would want somebody to explain to me how a third force can produce a win. Because what we need is a win so that we can institute these changes which we are talking about. So I would want to hear an explanation about the third force. So Mama Nyakairo, you know, when we are talking of third force, I think we are talking about when we are talking of third force, we are talking about not Ruto and not on the Gachagua direction, watu wengine. So I would want to hear the practicality of that. Like, how can this third force become a revolution? Maybe unless Gen Z wenyewe waseme wao ndio third force. Gen Z and maybe some very credible people in the society waseme wao ndio third force. I think now they can be able to split the two groups. Third force is a must. Second force, ikinunuliwa, they step in. So, Dr. Njiro, third force is the name of our court. Always fails. Tea Party in US is a gift to failure. That is the problem which I usually have with third force. I would want somebody to tell me how the third force can win. Because you know third force ni kama inakuanga, it's like a middle ground. Wacha niingize Budi, maybe Budi might be having an alternative to that. I have seen in able democracies where they have talked about third force, and the third force have not produced anything. Yes, they have mobilized people, but many countries have not seen a third force producing a president. So maybe we can redesign it in Kenya. Budi, I think sijui kama unataka to contribute about that, but you can say. Yes, Budi, go ahead.
Yeah, nikusalimu. I've been watching from back. The kazi this time around unapata kazi inakuwa nyingi, so you cannot dispel that third force. If you look at in run up to 2002, actually Kibaki was not a first force. Kibaki was a third force, if you remember. And his organization or coalition, nobody knew to the end where actually Kenyans are going to pave way. But one thing was for sure. Sorry. I don't know if you can hear me. One thing was for sure. Kenyans, like this time around, they had made up their mind with the progressive forces at that particular time, which actually was aligned also to the government, you know very well. In 97, 98, the saddest day of my political day was when the NDP flag came down. And it was even more hurting than this time around when Moi and Raila had an handshake. It was a dark day for some of us, dark, dismal day. But it wasn't across the country because at that time, very few people believed in Odingaism. But however, we started looking for an alternative. One thing we knew was Moi was going to make sure that his candidate prevail. And he played people to the last minute when he introduced Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. On the forefront, we thought it was either Raila and Saitoti. His blue-eyed boy was Mr. Kalonzo, though he was not politically very mature. But I want us to go back then and dig deep in the history of that. Kibaki was not significantly as a prominent candidate. If you can remember very well, he had very big blows, extremely big blows, especially when Njega Karume, who was his main financier, decided to decamp and support Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta because the pressure was very high. So the calculation that Moi had done was well choreographed. It was a well-oiled machine, and I think it was the grace of God. If Raila should never take a credit that he took Moi out of power, I think the people were tired. I think for a very long time we've been hiding in that camouflage, the political camouflage that Raila was so wise. He knew that KANU cannot be broken, so and a very stupid and awkward explanation that we have given to the nation, that he went inside to do what? But actually what had happened is when he ran for presidency, he became very broke. And remember, that was the death of Ajip at the gas station. A lot of people cannot even remember that we used to have Ajip as gas station. And prominently, people knew even Ajip House, which still houses Fort Kenya as its headquarters. At that time, Raila had gone down to his, bankruptcy, political bankruptcy, because of the bankrolling was not enough. Running for presidency wasn't, so he needed to redeem himself. But now I want us majorly to look at how Kibaki was able to come. Okay, Kibaki was an alternative to what was within. But one thing people were sure was KANU must die. We didn't care which way forward, but all we wanted is to humiliate Moi so badly. And collectively, people did not think twice. And that is why the issue of Nyachae could not prevail, because Raila tried to market Nyachae vigorously as an alternative because of what we called, we wanted the presidency not to go back to the mountain again. But given the fact that Moi understood that if the mountain was to be together, then Uhuru will prevail through. So that third force allowed us to split the mountain vote. And eventually Kibaki was not a predestined president. He was an accidental president, because when the national NDC for KANU failed to come up with a candidate and Moi forced at Kasarani, Moi, with his usual theatrics, said, "Hata Uhuru anatosha." That angered, political giants who had already prepared in many, many years, and more especially when they knew that Moi was not going to run. And that is how we got one of the best presidency so far in the Republic of Kenya. So you cannot shed away a third force. It may not be as prominent as we will want, so that it can take the two forces as we see them. But for the sake of political disappointment, or the progressive nature of our politics, whereby politicians tend to fear the electoral onslaught, that third force cannot be ignored this time around. We have seen, me and you, the kind of trust we had to Raila Amolo Odinga. Nobody understood at some point, though we did say that, you know, the problem we are seeing is there is an ad hoc committee in both what? In both camps, that in case any one of them lose, there will not be there are not going to be political persecutions. And the reason I used to say that is because Sally Kosgei, Henry Kosgei, and other prominent Kanu people, when they saw Raila had gone on the other side, and you see, wachana political pools, the most accurate pools usually are the military pools, intelligence pools, either military or intelligence, whichever. The security, they have a way of also doing their political pools so that they can know which areas needs to be manned, where the security needs to be beefed up. At that particular time, people like Sally Kosgei had known that, you know, Ikitu imeenda. So what happened? There was renegotiation within the parties, which later on you saw as ODM was remade and come 2007. History had been given on how people like Sally Kosgei, Henry Kosgei, Franklin Beth, and all those people who were in Kanu campaigning for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta were also talking on this side. If we cannot learn from that history, we are going to, you know, be disappointed, because politicians, what they do is they fight for power. If that power does not come, they know how to negotiate, because you're not going, Kenya become one of the most expensive campaigns in the world. For me to become a member of parliament, I've done my research very well. I cannot use less than 50 million in Kiti. So I can't put that money and lose without a what? A deal that if I lose, I will have a state job to resuscitate my political career too. So you saw up to the run-up of last election, people like Sakaja, people like Malala, people like they were in their own coalition, but when they went to register on where they are going to vie for their seats, many of us were surprised and were asking, oh, kumbe people have been in two parties. So I've learned the politics of Kenya that you're not going to depend on the politicians. What makes the politicians have the discipline and the fear that if we take the elections, they have to come to our side is when you have a third force. In case the run up to election, Gachagua wants to mortgage us politically or tribally, we have a place to lean on. Okay? Because we've come to know that we can be bought and sold. So the idea of a third force should never be dispelled at any time. It should be at the fingertips. So the politicians can know that we have alternatives. If they go against our will at any particular time, we cannot come up with another Kibaki presidency. So,
Kidogo, at what time do you say now the second force is good enough, it can combine with the third force? Can it reach that level?
I think we can try that. A very good question. When we are talking about the third force, very good question. You know, I was having a very sober, this weekend we were having a very sober debate with some of my friends. Matiangi will be here next weekend. And we were having a very sober debate across the line. And, you know, Minnesota is a very vibrant community whereby we have Kikuyus, we have Luos, we have more majority Kisis. We have very politically strong Somalis who actually been supporting ODM and UDA to last time when Ruto was in the US. Actually, they gave a check of 10 million. The Somali community. So we were engaging on what's the way forward. And, you know, one thing we are failing to understand, and maybe the mountain may not understand, we have an equivocal support for Gachagua, but there is a big question mark when it comes to that. And that is why always I have asked here, when do we end our relationship with Gachagua? You see, Gachagua is a byproduct, not of himself, of two things. First of all, of Ruto, and secondly, of Raila. Of Ruto, because he impeached him. That came after that. But of Raila, first and foremost, because he held a role, not a position, that was so preeminent that whenever we wanted to frustrate a government, we knew what to do through this man. And therefore, the government was not going to have it easy. And for a very long time, we gave him that role, and he abused it, and yet we kept on saying that yeye ni mweupe kama pamba. And finally, he abused it beyond sanitation. At that particular time, there came a vacuum. That vacuum required a man equal to Raila, a man bitter as Raila, a man who could deal with Ruto on the same measure, and a man who had money. Naturally, Gachagua fell. The lot fell on Gachagua. Not because we wanted it. In fact, when we put on in perspective of Gachagua's words of shareholder and all other things and his rhetoric, in fact, we will never have allowed that. But Kenyans nothing exists in a vacuum. And now today we are in a political situation that if you look at it very well, and we know that there are no permanent enemies in politics. These people have worked before, and the politicians have told us that, oh, these people have worked before. You have heard even Madam Selina even telling us right on our face kuwa tulimwapea mkono wamerudisha mkono hata hao. Kuna shida gani? So once the politicians have worked together, there is a tendency that they can work, whether we like it or not, depending on how the politics is going to go. But what we want to make sure first and foremost, Ruto must go. And if Gachagua is going to help us with that, we are going to forgive him of his past. Trust me. But the question that must remain in is, and it has already been said several times, the question of Kalonzo betraying us is on the table. You know that. And 80% chances are that he's going to diss us. 80% chances, especially if Matiangi becomes naturally the heir apparent, what people want, which actually I see as a danger. And I'm cautioning people on Matiangi, they should actually look at a third force, which is Maraga. And the reason I say so is because a flag bearer issue is going to be very difficult, and it's going to tear us apart like a lion or a wolf or a bear tearing, an ant. Okay? It's going to be the biggest elephant in the room. We are taking it as a joke. But I don't think Kalonzo is going to say, now I'm going to become a running mate for ABCD. And we don't see Kalonzo as a person who is actually going to run against Ruto and win against Ruto. Okay? So, and that is why I'm insisting. This issue of third force, we should not stop talking about. It must be on the table. And when it's on the table now, good questions like the ones you have asked. Now, if they talk to the will of the people, at some point, the third and the second force must merge to make it a people's force. Okay? Because we are running against an incumbent. But until then, we cannot give Gachagua, Matiangi, Martha Karua, and Kalonzo a free pass that they are going to carry our aspiration in the table. I think we are going to run into the same dangers that we have run over and over and over. And this time around, Gachagua told us kuna mitego inawekwanga. I think wao wamekuwa kieka yao inashindika. I think it's the time sasa sisi tuweke hizo mitego ambayo we can shift our alliance. And I think I've liked what Nani amesema all the time here. How do we make sure that we win over Ruto? Is to deny him completely any members of parliament. We deny him completely any MCS, any senators, and any governors. Once you suck him out of that, naturally stealing the election is going to be very difficult for him. Why? Because the spectrum across shows that this guy did not win at all. And that is why the present coalition is very good in terms of doing what? not allowing Ruto to breathe. Okay? But the question is, and I heard Martha Karua speak of it this weekend when she says, hata yeye, she is a presidential contender. And she did explain why parties are important. The problem is we have run up with this over and over and over and over. We can have factions that can be sold as what was this party that immediately after election that was predominantly Northeastern, that was in Azimio, and all of a sudden said it has shifted its alliance. So I am of the view that even Gachagua, Matiangi, Karua must know that they are under our mercy. And the only way they can be under our mercy is us not to put all our trust or all our eggs in that basket. We must tell them to shape up. And if they are not going to shape up and produce what we want, we have an already alternative. We are not going to look for an alternative such that it was that at one particular time, ODM did not even know that it did not have its own what? Certificate of registration. Maanzo stole it and went with it, and we became desperate until Anyang' Nyong'o came up with another chama, which was actually ODM original. And that man who had that certificate made a lot of money in the last minute. So a third force is needed. It is important. And history shows us that, you know, politicians tend to behave when they know people have alternative. And that is the only way we are going to have the politics of ideology that is going to supersede other things. Obviously, to win, we must have parties, regional parties. And I want you to follow what I'm saying. The people of Western and Anatendea and Wamalo must sit down and make sure that Wetangula and Mudavadi cannot win any seat, which is easy because Mudavadi never won even his own constituency. So we just need a Bukusu to deal with the Western, because the Bukusu are the only problem in the Western. Once we make sure there is nothing like UDA in the Western, Kisi hakuna sahi, I'll tell you. DCP has taken completely over in where? Yeah. So we should run that way. But after doing that, making sure that Ruto has no way to steal. Now, the will of the people now works. Okay? That this is the way forward. DCP is not going to bulldoze other parties because it has more majority, because it comes from Central and Mount Kenya, given the fact that it has diaspora in Kajiado, it has diaspora in Nakuru and other places, in Lamu, is not going to bulldoze others. They must work in unison in the next government so that we cannot create another problem that we have always created of more problem with Saitoti. And the only person who never had a problem, and I think he was wise in the way he chose his presidency, was a man called Kibaki. I don't know. I mean, I thought that was not wise, but I think the only wise thing is that he knew that his vice president, he had a very short span to leave, and then he chose up another very old person who had nothing to do with politics. He actually wanted to retire. But after that, you have seen, you know, the problems that, and it doesn't allow a government to work. We need to find a way that third force is going to prevent some of these problems that we have, you know, continuously had. And it's a warning to politicians, you know, all of them, because at this time, let me tell you, to some people still they say Martha Karua, you know, in the 2007 depot. For me, that is very petty. But other politicians have a lot of black dye on their white clothes. You know, like Matiangi after the first interview, I for sure, personally, I'm not convinced of the issue of Yala. And, you know, maybe we are trying so desperately to cover him, and yet he might be another Ruto coming. I mean, we ought to open our eyes and be liberal in our thinking so that we don't come from a frying pan to fire. And the only way that can happen is to have a ready third force Now the question now comes, how do we have a third force and second force at the same time? That's now the question, Mr. Njiru. How do we have the second force and third force? That is the debate now we need to have. If we can have a debate that can convince us on how we can have both of them run up to election, and then they merge, because now the will of the people has superseded the political class, then I think we are in a good place. But before we get the candidate that can rescue us from Ruto, not only Ruto, can bring back Kenya to its glory, I think this coalition, the present coalition, should not go scot-free. It must be tamed. Thank you, Njiru.
Okay, sawa Bundi, and thank you for that. Umerezea about the third force. In other words, from what I've heard from you, you are talking of third force in terms of probability. In the case thing, it's like I think you are describing third force like a replacement if things don't go the way we want. I don't know who will be, like, for example, for you in Kenya, who can be a third force based on what you see?
I think Maraga is playing his third force very well. He's going to ICC, he's going to Maandamano, he's going to Tanzania, he's doing what he needs to do. He may not be prominently featured, okay? And he's alone. Ana mtu atamsumbua in any eventuality that we realize there's a problem within our coalition. I think it's an easy patch through so far. Another one that could have been, but I think he messed up seriously. And Ekuru Court with his Punguza Mzigo been consistent over the years, I think he will have made sense. But I think along the way, he lost his vision. Unaelewa? So in losing his vision, he has become more irrelevant than Raila actually. So, but I think his originality of mind was pretty impressive, the issue of Punguza Mizigo. And I think this was the right time to bring Punguza Mizigo and say the 47 counties are burdensome and the wage bill, you know, and so that we are able to sort out. You know, the referendum that in this country, when we go to elections, instead of people doing referendum, some of these clauses are put in the election papers and ask you, do you want us to legalize marijuana? And while election is going on in that election paper. And I think the third force here, Punguza Mizigo, could have been good had Ekuru Court been consistent. But along the way, I think, I don't know what happened. This election is supposed to solve a multiple of things through the ballot box. Unaelewa? So I think he lost. If somebody can revisit that and resuscitate that, well and good. That was a very good outfit because this is when you're tumechoka within the counties. The wage bill is too high. We have some non-essential workers that are being paid highly. Office of the first lady in the county does not, it's not something that really people need in counties, and many other things. That is another third force that if it had been consistent from its days, by now it could have matured. Which tells me that it can be revived, but not by Ekuru Court. If somebody can come up, you know, well and good. Had Martha Karua not joined Wamunyoro, she would have been the best third force. The best third force since our history shows from the days of SDP, or was it Ngilu was in, no, it was Ngilu was in SDP, and also there was a third force like SDP that was with Ngilu, Anyang' Nyong, and others who tried, and I think with Orengo when he lost, and he went home for 5 years. So that is on another caucus that you are seeing of Orengo and Anyang' Nyong'o not agreeing with ODM completely. So a third force of any nature is going to bring like-minded people who don't want to be in both extreme, but are eager for some specific, whether it be constitutional amendment in the ballot box or something that is radical to tame the executive once it comes into power. And I think Kenyans will agree into that. If people come up with such ideas, I don't think they will be on one side completely. But in a run-up to election, if the second force is doing very well, I think Kenyan will give it a chance to get Ruto out. And as you said, at some point, the second force and the third force must merge together to bring what Kenyans want to see in the future. Because the leadership we are choosing in the second force is entirely first and foremost to take Ruto out. But then we need another force to tame and make sure that we are ready in case of anything, in case of disagreement. Kenyans have an alternative that does not need another time in making, that is ready to chip in. That is my own sense of thinking, Njiru. It shouldn't be like that because I said so, but I'm asking myself the very questions many people are asking and on a daily basis. Is Kalonzo really with us? Is Gachagua doing this because he was sent by Ruto, or he's really doing this for Kenya? Is he just a bitter person, or is a person who really wants the country as a whole? As the whole country says, "Sisi wote basi ni Wakikuyu." Is it really? Is that what he will articulate that Kenya is one? Or at some point he will continue fighting for only the people of the mountain? Those are the questions we are having. And if it is so, we must have a force that will replace them ASAP, instead of us becoming orphans again. We've been orphaned politically several times. I know in the Luo Nyanza there are many political orphans. That is a fact. But again, Gachagua is not their alternative. That's a fact. So a third force will help those people have a home, and that third force will be what will be willing to work with the second force to harness their ideas and make Kenya a better place. Nyakairo, umeenda wapi na Njiru? Njiru has this tendency of leaving us and going to cook.
Hapana, mimi niko hapa, si naenda kupika nini? I'm here, I'm listening. There is wisdom in listening, eh? Sawa budi. So mimi niko hapa, kwani nitapika nikiwa airport? So Budi, let me ask you a question. Can you comment about huyo mama wa Garissa? Huyo anasema wataibia Ruto.
Unajua, one thing ambayo in all honesty, if there is anything that Kibaki said that was important in 2007, before they came into that government with Raila, in the flare of the cameras, Kibaki said the truth that actually came to make Ruto a president. whether it was good or bad, but it was the truth. He said this, muliiba tuliiba, nani aliwaambia muibe kidogo? That shocked me, because in all things, one thing that Kibaki was never good at was lying. Okay? His politics was so, elite that he did not peddle lies at all. Give Kibaki any credit any day. Kibaki could not lie without, if Kibaki was lying, he will blink, not only blink his eyes, he will close his eyes, then he will lie. And when he said that muliiba na sisi tukaiba, nani aliwaambia muibe kidogo? And that was after the Tarakaniti issue. And it made me acknowledge that elections are not stolen from one side only. We have had instances in Nyanza whereby we knew a certain candidate is so unpopular, but they end up winning with a landslide. These candidates never won. There has always been election stealing. So that lady, was it a lady? Unless I listened to something, I think I saw a clip going viral, both in TikTok and other areas, of a lady saying wataiba. I don't even know if that's the clip you're talking about. If that is the clip, I listened to it. It is true that the government does not have a monopoly of stealing alone. And that's why I said the other day when we were having a debate and we are complaining that Sudi has said wataiba. Then I said, do they think they have the monopoly of stealing? They don't have the monopoly of stealing. Let me tell you, in as much as they have the capacity to have, IDs, registration, all these, even the green book in the register of IBC, one register, the other register, the capacity of the opposition to steal can be there. And even the likelihood of it even to steal more than Ruto is always there. If you look at all the elections that Raila was losing, or that he was never declared, is because he believed that there was one man who was going to declare the right results. But that never happened. In many instances in Kenya, somebody really won the constituency level and became an MP, and should have become an MP, but the declaration were made that were wrong. And people went to court, and by the time we go to by-election, the time is almost over. And that tells you the political malpractice that goes on and on and on. So Ruto should not never scare anybody that they have a capacity to only steal. If you can lock him in the mountain, you lock him in Nairobi, you lock him in Western, you lock him in some parts of Nyanza, and Mombasa, I'm desperate for it. You may not steal as much as he may steal in terms of percentage in the Rift Valley, but where is he going to get where to steal? So I concur with that lady. It is possible also for the opposition to decide and say, "Dawa ya moto ni moto." If this is what you're planning, your lieutenants have said it openly. You have even defied and said that you cannot hand over power to people without ABCD. You have said you are going nowhere. You have abused people. You have abused that I wanna plan. That tells you that we also must be ready to do anything that he's ready to do. Because as Gachagua said, Ruto, relax. Nobody wants to get you out before your term ends. But 2025, 2027, we will get you out. If the election is 2026, the earlier the better. In fact, he will go even much better because he has no time to sanitize himself. But the possibility of stealing against Ruto is high, and it can be done And our young people have the capacity to do that. So Ruto should not scare us with that. And if they think they are able to do that, they are not able to do it in as much as our young people can be able to do it. They can rig their own members of parliament. They can rig everything. They can attack the IEBC. They have a better capacity than Ruto has. The catalog and the galaxy of talents of youths who have been mistreated by this government is so many. And it can decide to do the most unconventional things it wants to do. You have already seen they are ready to die, and over and over and over and over. In fact, hata sahi wanatafuta maandamano ingine, Sabasaba imeisha, and they are already looking for another one. Why? It's because they don't want to give Ruto peace. Now, you want to tell me if they have the capacity to do all these things and they get their D-Day on election day, Njiru, I want to question you. You think they're just going to sit down and see Ruto being announced? You think they're going to see, if they have the capacity to do all these things they have done all along all these 2 years? You think they are going to sit down and allow Ruto to get announced?
So unasema hata watakuwa kwa polling station wakipolpol, eh? Is that what you mean?
What Raila refused to do last time when we say wakitangaza na sisi tunatangaza, wakiiba na sisi tunaiba. What Raila refused to do last time, this is what in fact, let me tell you, I don't know if they will even succeed. Let me tell you, the youths of Kenya have a capacity even to open their social media, their own app, okay, to communicate during election that cannot be put down. They can even start a parallel TikTok or something of the sort that they will be able by themselves to communicate, and the government cannot shut it by any means. So I think if there is a youth that I fear more than even the youths of the so-called fast developed countries, it's our youth, and it's their desperation. If Raila had done what he had promised to do last time, because they had the figures, their reason of not, giving out the figures and counting them, as IEBC is also counting, was so unscrupulous, okay? It did not have any leg tied to it. The reason was not making any sense. So I don't think the youth are going to sit down, Mr. Njiru, and wait at imefika hapa, and all of a sudden, in the last minute, at 3 a.m., tunapata tarakaniti ingine kutoka Eldoret ama kutoka Bomet. I think those days are past. The same way Moses Kuria aliambia the MP who abducted himself in Central Nyanza that those tactics ziliisha long time ago. Hizo tactics za Ruto kujaza kura ziliisha long time ago. Not this time around. They've done it twice with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I don't think he has any other way to do it this time around. The register will be known. Everybody that was in this side is in this side. The person who has been on this side is also on this side. So, I mean, all their secrets now will come out. They may not say them now. Rigathi Gachagua may not come now and spill the beans on how they took the election, but he understands the nitty-gritty of it. So Ruto is not going to use it again. So Ruto will be desperate to force to be announced. But I think those days, we have surpassed those days. So I concur with the youth that from the lowest level, we will start counting. And I think they will mobilize, they will have a network whereby zile vile zinahesabu hivi na hao wanaendelea kuweka zao. In fact, even IEBC haitakuwa inafikia the rate at which hawa vijana watakuwa wanafanya vitu zao. Look at, in as much as you may not be a Democrat, Njiru, you saw how Cuomo was humiliated in New York, okay? The issue of Jews came in when your first trip, where will you go? This boy just said, I'll stay in New York. They try to bring all this issue that he's a Muslim, so on and so forth. He's an immigrant, so on and so forth. But the people of New York had already decided. Then he gets more than 50,000 mobilizers and volunteers. So I think if today we get a presidential candidate and we decide that we want 1 million volunteers, you think we will not get that in less than 10 minutes? People of capacity to man everything throughout the country. I think this will be the most difficult elections to steal. It will be the most difficult to steal.
Sawa. I think Budi, that one is quite in order. So in other words, unasema unless sasa Ruto alete ujanja tuliaisikia. So unless now he discovers new ways of stealing election, but you are saying Gen Zs might not allow that to happen. So according to you, that is what you think.
The only reason that Raila was not announced is because he refused to tally. His tallying center had been compromised. We have this amorphous group, Mr. Njiru, that cannot be bought, cannot be sold. These people who are masquerading as Gen Z leaders, they have all been bought at the earliest time with the pettiest money, which was the best thing that had been done. What remains is a core group of people who are willing that Ruto must go by all necessary means. So if we have a tally, and I'm telling you, Raila understands why he did that. It's because he had a deal with Ruto, most probably. But had he had his own tallying center, and just the same case with the Gambia, Electoral Commission announced its candidate, and then Yahya Jammeh agreed to it. But later on, he did what? He announced himself. So had Raila announced himself as a winner, and Ruto, it could have been something else. So at the earliest, what we will do is we will announce our president before IBC announces, and with our figures. So we are not going to court. We are going to listen to IBC. We are going to court with two figures, because obviously we are going to go to court because that's the nature of Ruto. We are going to go to court, but we are going to go to court with figures. And we are going to have a parallel tallying center. And that is what these youths have decided. When you hear them talk, they understand the grassroots. And that's the only thing that Raila refused. He had promised us. He said he was going to do it. Wakitangaza, anatangaza, wakiba, anaiba. That was the mantra in the political podium. But what did he do? What did he do? They kept telling us they have the figures, they have the figures. They never released the figures. They never. So I think these youths are really ready to do everything, especially in places after, the MCS have been declared. They will know how many presidential, ballots were casted here. They will announce. And if they find that it's less than 63, they will add their own. What we want to do is the 2002. We want to make sure that number. Remember, even Nyayo tried to steal until he got into something of about 30%. But then again, you cannot steal more than 30% because then it becomes so obvious. Why? Because you lose so many members of parliament, so many councillors, and because it was the presidency, MPs, and the councillors at that particular time. Now, it is even more tough right now. You lose the governorship, you lose the senatorial seat, you lose the members of parliament seat, you lose the women representative seat, and you lose the MCS seat. And then you say Ruto won in a certain place. In that constituency, how is that possible? I think that is one thing the youths are going to do. And I think the threshold is very high, because you are not going to elect a governor and vote for somebody else. And that is why last time we had this discussion that there is a discussion within the mountain that is very petty, that this person has done so well at Akikua UDA, we will still vote him as a governor. And we said, you know what? That is the most petty thing you people want to do. I don't think you are devoid of people who can do better than the so-called Kangata that he's doing so well just because he's doing well, but he's supporting Ruto, you will leave him. You have to make sure that your presidential candidate and your governor either have equal votes or your presidential candidate have more votes than the governor in your area. That can make sense. But these other things whereby the governor has been, getting so many votes and the presidential candidate gets a fraction of it, I don't believe they were authentic enough from what I see across the country, the way we do vote. So if we go along that way, that your governor is getting less than your presidential candidate, it means elections are being stolen. And that is why somewhere like in the mountain, if you want to lock out Ruto completely, it has to be a 6-piece. You don't allow any room that unajua sisi wa Kikuyu, we are democratic, so on and so forth. If you are going to go on with that democracy of yours are having so many parties, whereby again is going to send courier with his other parties to frustrate DCP, then know that you have already done what? Lost from the very beginning. I don't think Courier's resignation was out of good will. I think these people are looking way forward to understand on how they will, camouflage as Democrats and come to you and cry wolf so that you can have so many parties within the mountain. And that's what we are going to say, that your elections should be on the nomination day. You people must sit down and nominate people worthy to take the leadership, because that is how you lock off completely. Whether ODM has been doing it right or wrong, but mostly the national election for most of the Luo Nyanza is finished at the nomination level. And once, and I think that's up to 90%. I'm not sure if it falls less of 85%. So if Gachagua goes by what he said, that he's going to take clean people, people of value, people who understand what legislation is, people who can sit down and put their community and their country first, I think then that is the way to go forward, okay? So that you understand that you have capable people before even the election, so that you are not swayed with other third force from the other side. Remember, third force is not also a one entity. Ruto can create their own third force, okay? But we are talking about our own third force that can be, interchanged if our second force, which is our first force, is not working. So they can steal to the advantage of their candidate.
Haya ni sawa. Na kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia kwa show, aingie kwa show so that we can continue funneling. So Alex, wacha nikuuliza swali lingine. Do you think can you tell me something about Gachagua diaspora engagement? Are you liking what he is doing?
Obviously, Gachagua is doing what he ought to do, and there was that fear that his absence is going again to create a vacuum, but everybody also shifted on an international level what he's also doing, which is also a good thing. I think Gachagua is bringing out something more noble than before, than any other presidential candidate has done. Spending 2 months with the people in the diaspora. He's not rushing in a meeting and not giving people an opportunity to interact with him. The people of Seattle had an opportunity to welcome Rigathi Gachagua, to have breakfast with Gachagua, to have lunch with Gachagua, to have dinner with Gachagua, to go to church with Gachagua, to have, how can I call it? There's a better term that I may not get right now. They had a multi-dimensional talks, from religion to politics to governance to what and what, to eating, to walking. I saw him walk with Dorcas, and you exhaust an individual. It is not what we are used to, an event that is fully booked, people coming, not having an opportunity to sit down, interact, and ask questions for a long time. So I think he is injecting even more deeper than he was injecting back at home. And I think many people should learn from that. And it's an embarrassment to Matiangi that he was here. He had the opportunity over the weekend to meet the diaspora people. Now that he's coming from Kenya to Minnesota, when he had an opportunity to sit down with the people of Minnesota for the last 2 years, he never did. He wants Gachagua now to host him. You know, it's so embarrassing that Matiangi should have hosted Gachagua in the US. But now, Gachagua is hosting Matiangi in the US. Can you imagine Matiangi is coming next week when Gachagua has already become a resident here? Yeye ndiye atakuja kumkaribisha. So I think whatever Gachagua is doing is also putting the government in a very precarious position. Prior to the runoff of the election, remember they came to Washington, D.C., and they had very fruitful talk, but in terms of finances, they did not have enough finance. Remember Penny Nyagaka that particular time, if you have a photographic memory, told us that all of a sudden, Mudavadi showed up in Dallas, that he has a meeting with the diaspora. It was not announced. It's an impromptu. Now he's having. It was never a meeting between Mudavadi. He went there to meet George Soros, who was their financier too. You remember that. So Ruto probably right now might be putting on his catheter on, and because he's fearing the same way he scripted his presidency might be the same way Gachagua. But I don't think Gachagua is, and even if he is, it's no problem. What we want is Ruto to go. That is the one thing. That's the first and foremost thing we want is Ruto to go. Whether he meets the surrogates for George Soros or not, that is not my problem. And obviously, Gachagua is not going to sit down here and only talk with the people and go back. Gachagua is going to have contacts too, because as you have understood, the last week, this journalist that came from Congo, and Trump told him, "You are very beautiful." It was not just beauty they were talking about. It was a special message from Felix Tshisekedi to come and bring to Trump ABCD, because they're also trying to have contacts with people in Africa, with the government, with those in the opposition, because the West and Russia, no, the East and Russia probably are taking over, and America is remaining back. So I don't think Gachagua will be foolish enough to be having only talks with only we people in the diaspora. In his itinerary, I totally do believe he will be talking to some of his friends who are in contact with financiers, companies, ABCD, because in the making of a government, that is what people do. And the good thing about these people is they don't choose. As long as you're willing to work with them, if you go to government, they'll be willing to work with you. And that 2 months long vacation or meet the people of Gachagua and the people here in the diaspora, Ruto is not sleeping. Trust me. And the reception by the diaspora is so far is so good. It's overwhelming. People are excited. People are welcoming. People are ready to engage in real constructive talks, and people are ready to talk. And in the event that we win the election, how the politics must change so that we can be given an environment to migrate. I remember Nyakairo wanted to migrate back immediately, and we were disappointed. So some of those talks will be fruitful. The other things is things that these people come and promise us and just go without, deep conversations, issues of left-hand cars, issue of import and export, issues of getting your passport on traveling papers. I think Kenyans are having a field day to sit down and make sure that these people who have been in the government never understood there were real problems. So you might see Ruto trying also to solve such kind of issues with the speed of a radar, because he understands that if the diaspora decides to bankroll you, I mean, it can truly bankroll your campaign. And they've done it before openly, and they are willing to do it again. So his tour hasn't even finished a week yet, but I think it's the center of a conversation back at home. And secondly, and you can see now people are interested with the diaspora. Thirdly, the government is not sleeping. It knows that Gachagua has a social capital that and a network that keeps telling him what is happening in Kenya, but at the same time, he has the capacity to build another network, which can cause even more problems. If Gachagua had the capacity and the rhetoric and tough-headedness to cause Ruto to keep saying that mwamukusumbua Kibaki, amukusumbua, mbona mimi mnamsumbua, and he had not gone out of the country. How about when he goes out of the country and comes back? I think his tour, we must embrace Gachagua and give him every support we can so that we can make Ruto run mad before 2027 so that he can be declared insane and he cannot run for presidency. And that's one of the ways we can do it, to support Gachagua tour in the US. I don't know where Njiru went. So, yeah, for me, I'm excited with Gachagua and his tour. And on a strategic level, I think, in as much as here we'll be talking about one term, so on and so forth, I think on a level of an international level, I think Gachagua should make caucuses that are strong, that he understands, that the government listens to. You see, as a government, the government never goes to sleep when it knows that there is another country that can support the people or the politicians or institution to weaken the government. If you remember when we had maandamano ya IEBC, Tuesday, Thursday, if you remember that history very well, at some point Uhuru cried and said, these people are getting money from Southern Sudan. When we block everywhere, how do these people find themselves in university towers? Uhuru was so frustrated on how things were going. He ran mad, actually. If you remember how Uhuru was very frustrated, how he used to come out and speak unhinged. It was because of a well-oiled organizational structure that the diaspora, I think, had, and they knew how to use the government of Southern Sudan very well to give the support to the demonstrators who gave our police a heck of a problem to a point whereby they used to man all the roads, but how the people used to find themselves outside IEBC. Remember, at some point, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta said, over my dead body, this IEBC will not resign. And at the end of the day, he gave up. So I'm one person who believes that Gachagua understands what kind of pressure that can come from the diaspora that can crumble the government. I know Gachagua knows that. And if he can effectively establish that core, okay, whether you are in or not, but we are able to give a government sleepless nights. So yeah, and I inject on his side we inject on our side, we totally weaken Ruto internationally. Remember, Ruto is so wounded. Ruto is so wounded internationally. Remember when he came in, he became like, you know, a young boy who was just discovered that walking naked is cool. If you remember that. And he was like, the guy became a tourist. The guy could just, you know, land in Kenya, unampata Burundi. In a month, the guy will, I think there's a month, I think 16 days out of the month, only 14 days he was in Kenya. But the rest of the days he was on air or he was in another country. Towards the GNZ's demonstration that he considered, the guy stayed for a very long time without going out of the country until he went to Oma Bay and he was welcomed there. The guy was not comfortable going out of the country. Within the Security Council, they know when to tell the president that now you can't go out of the country completely. And Gachagua is privy of that and should be a little bit not cautious when he gives us that information so that we can use it effectively to damage Ruto credibility, Ruto's presidency, Ruto's persona, Ruto's business. More especially, we need to speak about what this guy, Gachagua, told us in his TikTok. Was it TikTok or was it Citizen? When he spoke about the arms that are going to Southern Sudan, whereby, the real Sudan, whereby women and children are being massacred. And I think at some point, Rigathi should not just meet the people and go. Rigathi needs to go to, the think tanks that even if it's Washington Books Club, political platform, be it whichever organization that is credible, you should go to maybe, Q&A and Harvard political platform, one or two political platforms internationally that it will also shed light on the insidious nature of William Samoei Ruto. And that is how this tour of Gachagua is going to dent and give a blackout to Ruto. Because previously, one of the reasons our people actually wanted Trump to win over and over and over is because of how the Biden administration and the ambassador played their role, their political activities to undermine the sovereignty of Kenya, but not only undermining the sovereignty of Kenya, supporting Ruto in areas that were unnecessary. In the run-up of Trump winning, we are not hearing those rhetorics about Haiti, so on and so forth. All these international engagement that Ruto had, the climate engagement, all these things, Ruto has significantly reduced his engagements and also his travels. But I think Gachagua has one best bullet, not the last. The last one, we have to save it. But we must use the bullets necessary to dent him and leave him fractured, completely fractured internationally, and which he will not have any credibility on an international level. So it should not be about talking to us only at the diaspora. We have a role to play, but on a larger level, on a community, international community platform, I think Gachagua can help us damage Ruto, which will be the easiest and the best thing to do, so that Ruto may not have any friends in case in a run-up whereby he needs to run anywhere. Ruto will not have a place to go like Mengistu had some place to go, like Yaya Jammeh had a place to go, like Idi Amin had a place to go, and many other African presidents were fugitive in other countries. We want all countries. Remember, even Mobutu Seko, with all his evilness, still had somewhere a place to go. We want that man to remain in that country We don't want any plane to move him out of that country. And the reason is to set a precedent whereby Africa will know that if you mismanage our resources, if you mismanage us in there, when we take the government, we must punish you and send this across Africa, that the GSCs did not just die to redeem Kenya, but this is a statement to the whole of Africa that your day is also coming. You know, the same way that happened to the president of Sudan, that must be. You know, Hosni Mubarak should never have been left after the Tahrir Square occupation. Mugabe should never have been left, you know, after the occupation of Harare Square. And Ruto should not be left to go scot-free. As Gachagua said, the man is a trillionaire. He must bring all the money back, but at the same time, he must pay for all the evil he has done, so that we can set the precedent very right in Africa that the blood of young people did not go scot-free. It has to be redeemed, whereby people must be taken and can be accountable for what they have done. On a larger platform, what makes people scared not to absorb Ruto, when, not in case, when he will fall, will be on the international community, when we will say this man was part of a criminal syndicate that was killing young children, women, through, you know, giving the armed militia of Sudan a safe pass so that they can have arms to conduct such killings. Once you prove to the international community that Ruto is a criminal, then it's easier that if he runs anywhere, he can be given to ICC. Because as far as you know, one of the things that they have said so far is that Ruto cases, and I think they are reiterating. I saw Martha Karua say that. I've seen Gachagua say that before he left, that Ruto case never finished. It's still open. It's only that they disappeared. The witnesses disappeared. And that is how also to dent William Samoei Ruto. So let him not just meet us. Let us make a case that we have a criminal in office. And I think this is the best time for Gachagua to do that. Njiru, take over.
Sawa Budi, that's okay. So let me ask a question. Moving forward, do you think moving forward, sababu nasikia Ruto ameonyeshana confidence mingi sana. Nimesikia over the weekend ameambia his allies they should not be worried. He is on track of winning the election. Sijui kama Budi umesikia hiyo?
You know, Ruto does not have spin doctors anymore. I think his spin doctors are incapable of doing anything right now. Anything Ruto says is the opposite of what he says. And I think you've come to know that. The epic of that, there is word, I cannot confirm it, that the turmoil within the ODM is too much. The pressure is too much. But you can see it openly when Mama Ida is being heckled openly, which I think was the sweetest politics over the weekend. Ruto only hope was that Baba will help him sustain two things: credibility and also legitimacy. And Ruto has never gotten the legitimacy that he has wanted. it is still hanging that Ruto never won the election, and his allies have come forth to say they will steal the election. So Ruto is becoming his own spin doctor by trying to come to dispel what they have already spoken with his closest allies, who have come out, whether it was intentional or it was a mistake, to say they would steal election. The repercussion thereafter brought a conversation of Gachagua saying 2007 itakuwa Christmas. So what is Ruto trying to do by statement saying that he's winning easily? I think it dented his legitimacy that he never won. He stalled. And again, he's willing and planning to steal again, not to win an election. So the same people who said that cannot come back and say that, oh, we are winning. So Ruto is coming from back so that he can give confidence to the still remaining remnants with him that we are going to win. Even more, he said he's winning to the last minute. Okay? But if you go back again, years later, when now Ruto is having a conversation, and especially last time when he was very bitter towards the election whereby Uhuru dissed him, he said, remember, we knew you were going to lose the 2002 election. I was the only one remaining, but we put a bold face because we knew we are going to lose. But we put, so Ruto is repeating the same history of putting the bold face he put in 2002 in the run-up to election. That is the same thing he's doing. He's repeating the same history. You know, Ruto is so conniving. So it should not be even a talking point. That's not a bullet. That's not a talking bullet or speaking bullet. Those are desperate maneuvers by Ruto to be cautious that, you know, so that the IBC at table will be approved. Because his allies have already made us to be vigilant that if that is what you guys are planning, therefore, whatever you have chosen for us is not credible and we need to redo it. So Ruto is having a nightmare because each day his own allies are making mistakes that he cannot undo. So finally he comes up to speak positive statements that actually he cannot remedy because his backing dogs have already dented him. So Ruto saying is on his way of winning second election, and his allies, you know, from Senator Fonandi, from you know, Sudi, from Cohesion, all of them have confirmed the only way out, Ruto, is to steal election. You know, you cannot talk. Your people around you are not going to speak over and over. You know, one of his allies made one of the worst statements that ikiwa Kibaki aliapishwa usiku, si tutashindwa. Unaelewa? What statements are those? Those are desperate statements because they are saying, of course you are winning. They are passing the statement. Of course you're winning. Of course you have turned the tables. The only tool that we have and we are going to use is to steal the election. And even that is not possible. So what do you expect Ruto to say? Oh, I have conceded, I am going to lose the election. He is not going to say that. So what you need to do is not even give him, you know, any attention when he says that. Ignore him so that it can hurt him. I'm telling you, one of the best things we are going to do to Ruto is to allow him to run mad before 2027 because the guy is already running mad. Some of the things that he's saying on the platform, crying a wolf that amukusumbua Kibaki hivi, amukusumbona munanisumbua hivi. You know, a person that is confident of winning 2027, why is he crying on the podium? That literally crying. Look at his body language. I want you to put that clip here so that people can talk about it. That clip showed a person who basically is putting his diaper on. Because a president that has a new police commissioner, a president that has a new majeshi, a president that has handpicked deputy president, a president that usurped the power of the people and picked his own speaker, a president that is getting 5 to 6 billion state house per year, a president that is a trillionaire. Why would he cry a wolf that hamukusumbua Kibaki hivi, hamukusumbua Uhuru hivi, mbona mimi mnanisumbua hivi? Is that a person that is confident that he is winning 2027? Njiru, I think you are giving Ruto more talking points than he needs. Naona Njiru umeenda wapi? Njiru umeenda wapi?
Oh, niko hapa Alex, ni vile computer imeisha moto. I'm charging it, but I'm here. I'm here with the phone. So let me ask you a question. Very good. Umeniambia story ya because Ruto expressed your confidence that he ameambia some allies. You know, it's already, unajua kuna kitu utaongea watu wakatae kujua. Ati he thinks that and actually this is what he said, that we have also efforts of we are also trying our efforts to bring Kalonzo and Natembeya to our fold. Can you react to that? That is what he said in the weekend. Hiyo timu ingine haina mpango. Actually, we are working our efforts out to bring Kalonzo and Natembeya to our fold.
And now you come to the point I told you. The will of the people is Ruto must go. And our divorce with Raila came the day he said Ruto anaenda wapi. He may have made many blunders, we could have forgiven him. But the fact that he questioned us, where is Ruto going? And let me be categorical, and that is why I said we cannot dispel the third force. And that is why it is probably the most important force at this moment. I remember a few days ago, and that is why I always say that Gachagua is a man that is ahead of us and ahead of Kalonzo and Matiangi in many, many ways. There's a day he introduced the coalition partners and the principal, the head, and he said, hawa ndio viongozi wetu, na yeyote ambaye atatoka hapa ataenda peke yake. I think I liked that in the future, anyone that will go, they will go alone. The same way Raila went and went alone. So should be And that is why we must talk about Kalonzo more and more. Kalonzo character. And I think the Kambas should be more, more vocal on this than anybody. And they should be on the rooftop speaking about it, because the guy has been an embarrassment to them in most of his political life. To the point he's being called a watermelon. I don't think Eugene ilimshika because just Raila came out one day and said so. It's because he has always been negotiating through backdoor. I remember the NADCO report. We wanted to question, and we always questioned, hii gari Kalonzo anatembelea ni ya nani? Because the plates were very unique, and it was a government car, but we didn't know if it was a county car, because before the green plates used to be what? For the county councils and so on and so forth. But what I never knew is that the speaker car, the official speaker cars, because speaker is an institution, it's not a person. So the deputy speaker and all the staff that might work through the speakership have special cars and number plates, which have the logo and the flag of Kenya. So during the NADCO report, NADCO negotiation, Kalonzo was given 300 million for that sitting. And at the same time, there was a special treatment towards him as a co-chair. And in the event of that, him and Kimani Chungwa was a majority leader, therefore he had security and so on and so forth while those talks were going on. And therefore Kalonzo had to be accorded. And the proximity of Kalonzo to Ruto then started. And then Kalonzo has always told us that Wetangula is his bosom friend, his very good friend. And anytime they are in the podium, Kalonzo has never shied to say how they speak and how they talk, legal as friends, as learned friends, and also as personal friends. Their proximity is well known. And if you don't know that, I want you to go to YouTube and look on the relationship between Kalonzo and Wetangula so that you can understand where they come from. In those days
kidogo alisema hivi, tumeamua kufanya serikali ya kila mtu. The other day we brought Raila Odinga na hata wengine wote tumesema sasa serikali tunaleta kila mtu. Everybody has to become part of the solution. That is what he said. So like you can see there is very clear effort that Ruto is determined to poach, na mtu yote ambaye mabawa yake itakuwa ni lose anaweza potea, because there's that determination, because Ruto knows that now he is losing. He is now trying to look for many, because I think kuna mtu ameambia Ruto if he gets 2 or 3 principles ni kama amekata mabawa ya hiyo ngambo ingine. I think he has not come to the reality that principles are only relevant when they are fighting him.
And you can see that we are winning. There are statements, people reveal who they are unintentionally. That's a very good Marxism, that people reveal who they are unintentionally. And it finishes by saying, pay attention. So now when you pay attention that we are bringing everybody on board, whereas before jamaa alikuwa ananichapa kifua kuwa I have won the election, we won by ABCD, we have the legitimacy, we are going to govern. It can tell you that even bringing Raila in the government never gave him the legitimacy and the peace that he wanted. Now is outsourcing his benevolence to attract weak politicians. And that is why I was making my case that don't be surprised for Kalonzo to go on the other side. Kalonzo is on the record saying, sisi tuna support huyu jamaa, yeye anaenda anaingia serikali. Hata sisi tukiingia serikali hakuna shida. And next election, whether you like it or not, na mimi lazima niingie serikali. So he's keen on doing that. The issue of Natembea, that is a hogwash. That will not happen. That will never happen because negotiation were tried na ikashindika kabisa. Natembeya akakuwa so tough-headed until they had to arrest him. And after they arrested him and they took him from going to office for 30 days, they gave him a sabbatical leave and he started doing what? Traveling across the Western region. As fate is deemed, Gachagua went and they were able to have a very good Western tour. In that Western tour, Natembeya got what he has always wanted, to bring his people together. Whether he wants to be a kingpin or not, that's not my problem, because that area still has a vacuum that has never been filled. So whoever comes in and takes over, good for him. But in that tour, every time Gachagua spoke, who actually was the guest everybody wanted to listen to, in the Western tour, remember, what people wanted to listen is Gachagua more than any other person. They wanted to be called High Kuzo. They wanted to also shout one time. That also was one of the things the people in the Western wanted to show the government and the whole of the country that they are together. In that moment, in that week, what you saw, and political podiums are a good place to grasp the honor and respect how it is accorded. Every time Gachagua spoke, he would say, na muko hapa na gavana wenu Natembeya na vile vile wengine kama Wamalwa, lakini mkinyima huyu kijana wenu mdogo kazi, mimi nitampea. In hierarchy, Gachagua is keen and he has already solicited and understood that if I get this young man, you know, he can change the fortune of his people. It doesn't have to be Malala. So the government incognito is recognizing that the Tawe movement through Natembeya is not something to shy away from. You must entice and seduce that man right now instead of using the force to intimidate him that they had tried earlier. Because they realized it was not working, it will never work. And why was it not working? Oparanya goes for an unhinged interview and he said, I'm ready to work with Natembeya. that was a stroke on Ruto's eye. And when he thinks that he has already set a foot on Western, he only realized that the leadership is now being given to the person they are persecuting, instead of Oparanya, who, when he was in ODM as the deputy, had already taken root as the elder person who can take over from Western. So for you, Ruto, to see changing that tune is the frustration in within. There is no confidence with everything they've been doing. Everything has backfired. They are goofing on everything, as one of the commentators said earlier. And there is no spin doctor to help them resuscitate even the little that they had gotten from the Bukusu people. So you don't expect Ruto to come out blazing and abusing those leaders now. He's going to use kindness as a tool to bring these people together. But Natembeya is not going to budge on that. The person that I fear most, and you know the truth, is the one man Kalonzo. For him, he has done it before, so it will not be a surprise. And that's why that third force, we may need it as a country, not on a tribal basis. Because, as I said, strategically, the area that I was most worried And I think the governor for Taita Taveta had already ameliorated about it earlier by crying, was the coastal region. But the Kuzo thing kind of neutralized the issue of tribalism, but where there was a vacuum, people understood that even so, Joho seemed to be a kinglet in the coast and Amazon king. The real kingpin used to be Raila Amolo Odinga. He's no longer part of that. How can the Mijikenda and the Kambas and the diaspora, including the Kikuyus, who are the majority in the coastal area, take over? So the third force kind of takes care of that, or the Gachagua effect. So there is no way Ruto can coerce a certain people thinking that is going to dent or cripple the present coalition. And that is why we need to be ahead of him, because Ruto is very good in factionalism. He thrives in factionalism. You know that more than me. But the other place that Ruto used to thrive better was in lies. But now he knows somebody, we have somebody who knows how to respond to his lies adequately, on time. And he leaves him punched down the same way Martha Karua said that was an uppercut amanini alimpea the other day when he responded to Ruto. So we should not fear. When you see the coalition go throughout the country, and that is why I wanted it to go to Kisii. That is why we want now more TikTok conversation with Gachagua and the rest now as a panel, not as individual, so that in case of leaders like Natembeya, like Wamalwa, like Matiangi, like Gachagua, like Kalonzo will be bought, the prophecy of Gachagua will come that you will go as a person. You will not go even with the personality that you had here. You have to create a different personality as you go. You will go with your body. You will leave your name here. You will leave your character, the character that we wanted here. You will go there as a defeated and as a cabal or as a traitor on the other side. So I don't know why you are afraid. For me, I think I'm so confident in the people of Kenya right now, given the fact that I saw them celebrate the 1 year of their maandamano. Then they celebrate the Sabasaba without a prominent leader out there. As a unit, with one message, Ruto must go. And anybody that is not going to adhere and be part of what they want was never with them. It's like the same way Christ says that in that day, many will say, but I did this, but Christ will say, get away, I have never known you. So if anybody will ever go out of the wishes of the young people, a dream of a better Kenya, a dream whereby education is affordable, a dream whereby healthcare is affordable, a dream whereby after using your energy and time to go up to master's level, you don't just become an intern who earns less than Mutu and Duti. The frustration within the young people did not balloon over time. Yeah, balloon like quickly. It was over time. And whatever reasons they have that Ruto must go, they are so legitimate. They are not going to be bought by one person going on the other side. These are real issues. Today we have a generation that will not have a benefit in zero of enjoying being a youth, of marrying and wedding as a youth, of getting a job and going out as a youth. We have a generation that went to do TTC and gets a job at 46, and they have 8 years to retire. And in these 8 years, they must work with speed to build, to marry, to pay dowry. And you are not going to negotiate with this generation like that. Njiru, if you are married and you have children at the age of 25 in Kenya, and you already paid your dowry, and you have your house, you're the most luxurious youth in our country. But I can equivocally tell you that we have youths who are 35, never had a job, never married, and they fear marrying, even having a girlfriend. You know, it's a one-night stand. It can't be two, because two will bring problems to you. A generation that doesn't know what pension will be for them. A generation that has never had a healthcare that is provided that can cover him and his family in case they had a family. A generation that cannot dream of buying a car, have his own house, or buy land. It's a lost generation. Why? Because we kept postponing our problem. And these youths have looked beyond and they have lost hope. You will never threaten a people like those. A person who has no hope, a person who has no house, a person who have no children, a person who have no legacy to protect. So you want to tell me by buying one person, that generation is going to give in? And that is why 25 die and 70 go and die the next Maandamano. And if we called a Maandamano today as a vigil, maybe a night vigil for the people who died on Sabasaba, you will see them again. Because it's a lost generation that never benefited through the intergenerational benefits. So one person being bought does not mean you'll be able to buy and redeem a generation. These are people who are willing to marry at late in their years, but redeem their children so that their children will not go through what they have already gone through.
And Bwana Alex, do you think politicians understand that? Because you have brought a very serious dichotomy and the reason why these people are fighting to death. Because hii ni kama ile movie unasikianga ikisemekana a fight to the death, fighting to the nail. Are politicians privy to that, or they just think is a matter of just wanting a president here? Are they aware that these people want deliverables? They don't want jokes, because what we are presenting is a generation which knows that there are other previous generations which had other government wasting time for them. You remember like a previous time, unakumbuka ile wakati walimu walikuwa wanaajiriwa na miaka. Sijui sasa tunaajiriwa na 82, sasa tunaajiriwa na 84. And it reached a level whereby even as we were tulikuwa tunaajiri na miaka, somewhere they came and freeze the employment. It was no longer attainable to get unemployment in Kenya in some sectors. And do you think even some of these politicians who want even to lead us, are they aware that is the target and that is the deliverable which these young kids want? Or they think it is business as usual as any other time when we politic and we make a U-turn of some of the things we speak? Are they aware of the criticality of the situation?
I may not know the exact answer to that, but let me try to answer it from what I have solicited from some of my friends who are in politics and who are serving right now. A few of them have served like 2 terms, and 2 of them have served like 3 terms. And I have asked them, the the challenges they are facing this time around than previously. One of the things all of them across have been able to say is being a member of parliament in this session of parliament is one of the most difficult tasks. You think it comes with honor, you think it comes with perks, you think it comes with benefit, but basically it drains you. It drains you to the core. So they are much aware of how the trajectory, the paradigm shift of the responsibility and the challenges previously and now that have emerged. Unfortunately, the politics of the day too have changed in terms of how the executive is operating and how they too are left, either fractured or wounded in many ways that we will not know unless you're a politician and you may understand their challenges as well. I think the issue of CDF came out as a blessing, but ended up being the worst case for members of parliament, for those who are honest with their jobs. They usurped something that they thought was good for their honor and their management of their constituency, only to put a burden on themselves, more especially if you're not loyal to the current government. It's not obvious that you're getting the disbursement of that fund immediately. There comes with a lot of frustrations, bounced checks, the employees from the government that man your CDF kitty will have disagreements with you, therefore delay. You don't know how many members of parliament are suffering today because of their disengagement from the Ruto government, more especially on a national level when they cannot vote some of the things that Ruto wants because it's no longer CDF, it's government of Kenya, national government, CDF, and therefore it is part of the executive. It's no longer something they receive from the treasury directly. So these people realize how complex their work is. Previously, they directly reported to the people. The way now our politics is structured, they are almost like the servants of the executive. And they are not there to serve you and me. The way now things are structured, the leadership of today knows that if they cannot serve the sitting government, they cannot even go back home, Matanga, because they will be viewed. And all these polls that come out that the most hardworking member of parliament, ABCD, is made to also intimidate them, because the work of a member of parliament or the leadership is to legislate. The counties are the ones who are supposed to. I'm talking now from the members of parliament. Now, the senators also realize their work is very hard, especially on how to put the county governments to be accountable. You saw the hard work that Onyonka is having with Simba Arati. When you want to do your work effectively, you go along ahead with your what? With your governors. Governors are also having tough time because, as you saw, the bill that was supposed to give the county governments was supposed to be 450 billion. Actually, it was reduced again, and therefore it's really frustrating them, and they're being given more duties as they are. So, in short, your question is, yes, the leadership does understand that the executive has usurped their powers and everything is going south, and that's why Orengo, in his conventional wisdom, told Ruto that you need to stay away from devolution because you are making the work of governors so difficult, and we cannot go to solicit development in State House. Imagine devolution and we are still soliciting development from State House. What an irony. That is so ironical. So yes, they do understand. But on a personal level, these people are filthy wealthy, not even rich, because of the perks and other benefits they get. They are the highly paid people in the world. So in as much as they get the burden that I've just spoken, on a personal level, these people are a different tribe. And that is the difference we have with other legislatures in other countries and the legislatures in Kenya currently.
Okay, sure. Wacha tuingie topic ingine. I saw in other news by the way, Kalonzo Musyoka ni kama amekataa mwaliko wa Mashujaa Day. Sijui kama walikuwa wameanzia kualika watu. I think we're in July na Mashujaa is in October. Hiyo ni miezi 3. So wanaalika watu mapema hivyo. So Kalonzo refused. I don't know the connection of Mashujaa Day. Is it being held in Ukambani ama why walikuwa na mwalika? So maybe that is something I would want somebody to comment. But the big thing I wanted us to comment about is regarding Lagat. I'm hearing Lagat yule ambaye he ordered the killing of Ojwang ni kama ameondolewa mashtaka. Ati hakuna mashtaka ya kujibu. Whoever said that, either the judiciary ama ni nani, are they aware of what they are dealing with? Ama tu wanafikiria we still have the joking Kenya, the one which they were born in. In the right manner, unaweza ondolea kweli Lagat mashtaka? I didn't get that. Alex, are you aware that Lagat ameondolewa mashtaka? The Lagat, the famous the DG, Deputy IG, hana mashtaka ya kujibu, from what I heard. Sorry. Alex, could you react to that? Kama umepotea. So maybe watu wa comment section, you can react to that. Okay.
I don't know. I think we are multi-religious here, but I want to use a religious aspect here for you to understand how even previous leaders who are deemed as God righteous had issues when it came to somebody doing their work. Let's take a classic example of David. When David had pregnanted Bathsheba, David did not kill Bathsheba by herself. David took his most bosom and trusted leader, who was Joab. And if you remember the mighty army of David, how it was conceived, look at the history of David. When David had a big problem. Saul wanted to kill him, and in also killing him, his son helped him not to be killed. And therefore, in the end of the day, he lost his job, he lost his wife, he lost his relationship with the church, which was the priest, and finally lost his best friend, who was and he went to the Philistine, and the Philistine also dissed him, and he went to the cave. And in the cave, that is when Joab and his brothers came to visit him, and that's where the mighty arm of David came. And all the dirty jobs that David ever wanted to be done were done by Joab. So at some point, because some of them were so personal and were so insidious in nature, and they weakened David as a king. And at some point in the Bible, David cries and says, the sons of Zuriah, Joab and his brothers, are too powerful for me. I don't know what to do. He cried to God. And when he was dying, the first duty he told his son to do is, when you come to power, kill Joab and his entire family. And that is what Solomon did. Because Joab had done his dirty work for the king. And the king feared most Joab because there is nothing Joab did not know about him. That is the classic example of the relationship between Ruto and Lagat. There is too much to fear. Ruto cannot kill Lagat. Lagat is a killer. Ruto cannot fire Lagat. Lagat will spill everything. So Ruto is in a conundrum. So it is not only Ruto has been in this position. When you elevate people to do your dirty jobs, be it in business, be it at home, be it at work, be it anywhere, you empower them beyond you. This is David crying and saying, the sons of Zuriah have become too powerful for me. Langat is too powerful for Ruto. Langat is too powerful for everybody that sits in the Security Council. Whether you like it or not, Kanga is just a name within the police force. The police force is Langat, and Langat is the police force. So how do you expect charges against him? And that is why Ruto must go. And more reason why you must understand that the person that has done your most dirty jobs, a person that probably in allegation that killed Ogola, the person that has been able to finish every job that you ever wanted, how do you let him go because he killed Ojoa? Of all people. If he was brought up that he killed Ogola, then I think the country had a talking point. Not Ojoa. He will look at it and say, bro, this is a small case. That was a personal job for me. I had to do this. So I did not expect for Lagat to go anywhere. And Ruto had already shown us who he is. Dismas Baraza is still there. Nani is still there, the lady from Kilifi. All these killers that we knew that were supposed to be behind the bar, they are still out. So do you expect Lagat to go in? No, not at all. Langat is too powerful for Ruto, and I think if Langat goes, then Ruto also goes. The only person who can kill Ruto for us is Langat. So for me, it's not a surprise. I'm just injecting some of the relevant illustrations within history. That and then even within this administration, there are many things you can talk about Clinton and some of his, personal secretaries, and come to Obama, ABCD. These people, if they were to sit down and write books, that's why some of them, they sign. They sign statements that they will never write anything that came out of status or what they know ABCD. So it's not a Ruto issue. It's an issue it's a worldwide conundrum that leadership face when you want to put the enemy of the president to sleep. There are special people, and those people cannot just be betrayed like that by petty things like the death of, and when I say petty, that is for Langat. That was so small. It should not even have brought him to resign. He even wonders why, he had to step on the side. If he had to sit down and look where he truly needed to have resigned, maybe it's other things that he had done that probably shook the country, not this one. But somehow, the smallest is what made him to resign. So it is time also to Ruto to look around and understand that all these dirty jobs that are being done on behalf of him have actually also dented his image. which is very good for us. So we shouldn't even complain at that. That shows you what kind of person Ruto is. Ruto is a killer. The people that surround him are killers. And the only reason he is not able to repudiate and punish killers is because he knows what will come out of it will be magnified or projected and will make him step aside. So rather than do that, he is able to manipulate the judicial system for his survival too. So it's not Langat insisting that his charges must be. It is Ruto in retrospect. I don't know if you see that convection of wisdom, Mr. Anjiru. It is Ruto in retrospect, fearing that if this has to be done, we are setting a train into motion that will not have brakes. More and more people must resign. And it will give that sworn secrecy within the police force or other killer squad the legitimacy to come out and say, look, these are the people who have been doing. So Langat must stay in power, and if need be, Ruto will know how to deal with him. Eventually, Ruto is the one who will kill Langat, but in a very soft way. Remember what happened in Russia? This guy that was, this guy that eventually was killed by Putin. He became too powerful for Putin. And there's a time he was causing an insurrection, and what was his name? And actually, he threatened Putin that. He threatened Moscow. He threatened Putin that he's marching to Moscow with all his armies. He withdrew from Ukraine, and the wisest thing that Putin had to do was not confront him. Actually, he sent goodies to him. He did everything, but afterwards he had to finish him. So I think Langat's days are numbered. So the fact that they caught, that's how those stories end. It's not a fictional thing. I'm not preempting the death of Langat, but Langat will have to go, just the same way Oko's brother had to go. And there are so many examples.
Because hii kesi ya Langati, it looks so easy. There is no any sane government knowing the grave of the matter and how corrosive the agent is. They would just allow him. Literally, there must be something bigger than what we know, because Lagat has been one of the destabilization agent of the government. Lagat has been the reason of maandamano saa zingine. There was Lagat must go in some time. Even as we said Ruto must go, there was Lagat must go. And the same Lagat who we were saying Lagat must go, they are all desperate efforts to make him survive. And then I ask my question, is Lagat the centerbolt? Maybe is Lagat the centerbolt of this government? Why would Ruto still want him to be in power by tooth by nail? Who is he to the administration? Let me not talk about Ruto.
The remnants of the special branch, which used to be the CID, which had torture centers and chambers in Nyayo House and many various places, were resuscitated. And the older generation, like Tonjo and others, who understood how these things were done, because it was a criminal syndicate masquerading as intelligence institutions. They collaborated, they came together. And what they did was to give position to the Somalis, thinking for us to think that, oh, the Somalis have taken over, which is a facade, it's a fallacy. But deep inside, the calendar, you know, one of the things is that as a literature person, you ought to listen to Gachagua a lot. Right before boarding the plane, earlier during the day before when he says, you come under Shiko Manini, but Ruto, if you want to kunishika kuja. You know, Gachagua boldly says the killer squad was constituted while I was in office. Imagine the boldness of Gachagua by saying that. Yes, it was. I was in office. There's a time he said, we know where you operate from, this building, this floor, and ABCD, you know. So it will be sad for Ruto to diss Langat because it will be a big organization that you're betraying. Because everything they have ever done is to retain Ruto as a president. And also, if Langat goes, he will do the it will be a collateral damage because he will not go alone. He will make sure that he has gone with so many. And with the volatility and instability within the security sector, remember, it is being said that the previous government also understood that in case this and this is how we are going to deal with Ruto. There's a theory out there that a lot of guns and bullets were taken away and stolen, and that is why you saw them go to Jana Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, going to Matiangi's place, and so on, that this were to be used later on to overthrow Ruto. ABCD. Gachagua had spoken about it earlier, 1 year before his impeachment. He was speaking, regularly speaking about it. So these are things that are known within them. So this persona called Langat, this persona called Farukipa, these are the people doing the dirty job for William Samoei. And they may even be going an extra mile and doing what even Ruto has not ordered them to do, because their work is to make sure that Ruto is retained as a president, because the benefits or whatever they are enjoying is because of him being the president. So they may be going an extra mile doing things that maybe Ruto might not be doing by the virtue of the powers they hold and the roles they play within this administration. But you cannot expect a person like Langat, who could not be able to resign when even Kanja himself said the person of interest is this. Kanja could not even fire him. Okay? Kanja could not even tell him to step down. It took a long time until he was prevailed over by the people and the political climate. So it shows you how deep his powers and his pockets are. One of the things you need to know that brought Ojwang down is what Ojwang had echoed in regard to what was already written in some of the daily newspapers in Kenya in regard to a millionaire cop, a billionaire cop or a trillionaire cop, something of the sort. You know, in other words, a very wealthy cop. And in that script that Nani had taken out of the Daily, one of the things he was saying that he's ruthless, he's wealthy, he's merciless, and the persona of this person, okay? That's what he was illuminating to the people of Kenya, which tells you what kind of person this individual is. And from Jirongo's point of view, Ruto will rather have such kind of friends because that is his nature too. You know, he can simply hold your neck in less than 30 minutes and he will kill you. And he will just turn around and go as if he did nothing. So whatever Langat did, he did it on behalf of Ruto. So you don't expect Ruto to indict himself. It will never happen. But the story of Langat will end up that the people who do insider jobs don't live long to enjoy anything. They are the Hamans of these times, okay? Who build gallows that they themselves will be hanged upon. Langat days are numbered, but he is not going to go the way we want. unfortunately. But eventually, he will go before Ruto goes.
Okay, sawa bwana Mbudi, wacha tusikie nani kidogo. Mama Mary, sijui Mama Mary umekuja kuongea hiyo story ya Langat. Now that Langat is off, before now we try to ask ourselves, ni kama maandamano pia ime cool down. I don't think there could be a maandamano in the near coming days. So what are Gen Zs doing? All hizi kundi zetu za malumbano ama za mapinduzi, what is happening in the streets? Mama Nyakayo, go ahead.
Thank you. Nasalimia Cowboy, ameongea, amefika pahali hata mimi nilikuwa nahusika sana. You know, Ruto has built a community that they collaborate to do things which are not right for the country, and they know that. About Ojwang revealed something that they have been doing and they didn't want to be known. I understand that Ojwang brought up something that this guy Langat has been getting 200 million a month, meaning that every money that was being collected in the court and other places, bribes and everything was being put together in one bag and taken to him. And this is not a new thing, because I remember even Moi time. Moi used to make chiefs go around with a receipt book. Every shop in Kenya, every shop, I'm talking with the experience, especially in our place. Every shop, the chief was going around at the end of the week, Friday. 500, 500, 500, every week. Alafu zikiokotwa zote zinawekwa kwa hali moja, zinapelekewa DC. DC naye anafunga safari asubuhi Saturday, ako Nairobi kupelekea Moi pesa. You see, even if we would say that we were not being taxed or we were taxed, we were still coughing money from the other side. And so, tumeambiliwa mara nyingi ati Wakikuyu ndio wanapenda pesa. I would say it's a myth. That's a myth, because what I have seen, nobody who is not interested with money. There's nobody who can tell me you are not interested with the money. The only difference is you don't get it in the wrong way. But everybody is working hard to get money. So these people, they had a secret of how they are earning money from this side, and then the other jambazi, which is Ruto, is getting the other money from the other corner. So it's a community, it's a chain or a ring these people are. And this thing, if it is followed to the core, you'll be surprised to see other people who are involved in the same ring. Hawa watu wameshikana hivyo. Na ndio unaona Ruto ameweka hawa watu wao each and every corner. Kusiwe mtu mwingine anafaidika na pesa. Upate mshahara yako ile yako 500 uende nyumbani. But any other surplus ama magendo yote inafanywa ni wao wenyewe ndio wanazipata. So Ojwang alikufa kuwa ametoa siri kubwa sana ya hawa walagai, because what they have been doing, it's not acceptable, na hawangependa kujulikana. Na sasa vile wamejulikana, the only thing they do is to finish the person. We know obviously Ruto has been having a case in ICC. And we understand even from their own people that those people vanished. They were killed mysteriously. Na mimi kile kitu kilinishangaza, huyu mtu si ati yaka na kabila yake. Don't forget, Ruto ameua hata Wakalenjin due to that case. Ruto ameua Wakalenjin due to some illegal things that he has been doing. So it's not one-sided. Ni vile tu saa hii hajatuma hao majambazi waende pandi ile ya kwao, saa ile watu wanaandamana wapigwe marisasi. That one he have tried to curb, keep it away from that. But si ati hajaua watu hata wao. During that case, there is one guy who went to the chemist to buy his, I don't know whether it was the child or the wife was sick. Kwenda tu kwa pharmacy, akitoka hivi akanyakuliwa. The next minute he was dead. He was killed. And he was not sick. He didn't have any enmity, but he was killed. But he was a witness of that case of ICC. That is one proof to show that Ruto will deal with anybody. He doesn't care. Kwa hivyo hii mambo ambayo ilifanyika ya Ojwang, amekufa na ametuacha tumejua siri. What is the use of killing somebody? Si umjeo, umkatishe hiyo maneno alikuwa anafanya ndio hata isi spread. Now, everybody wanted to know why did Ojwang die? Then everybody get the information that he revealed a secret that was going, was undercover. Now, they have done double jeopardy. Tumejua siri yao. Na sasa wengine wao, well, I hope they get jail time. Huyu naye Lang'ata ambaye amekatalia kwa kiti, in fact, he is guilty as charged. Hata hiyo maongeo yake na mienendo yake, he is feeling very guilty. Na hata furahia maisha yake kamwe. Because somebody died because of his illicit business that he was doing. Dubious business. So, as a human being, I believe lazima ushikwe na huo kama wewe ni mtu kamili. Because there are some who are crazy. Mtu kamili ambaye ako na fikira za utu. Hiyo kitu lazima imsumbue for a long, long time. Haitamtoka hata akizeeka. You remember, I am a bad guy. I am bad. Niliulisha mtoto wa wenyewe. For example, kama vile tuliambiwa habari ya Ruto alinyonga mtoto wa wenyewe na mikono yake. That thing went viral. He has never gone to court to sue Jirongo. Why? Because maybe there is evidence. He cannot argue that case. Na kwa hivyo ananyamaza, ana hope ati hiyo mambo itaisha, haitaendelea kuongelewa. But in him, hata labda hizo vitu zote amefanya za kuua watu ndio inamfanya awe mkali kama mnyama. Because that is how you get crazy after you kill people and have this blood in your hands. You become crazy, definitely. Hata watu wanaendaga vita, wanaua watu, they get PTSD, something, PTSD. Ugonjwa ambao unawafanya wakumbuke yale mambo walifanya. Hata kama walikuwa kwa vita, hiyo kitu lazima iwafuate. Wanaona vibaya, wanakuwa wagonjwa, they are unstable. Ati ni kazi wako. So what I feel is, Ojwang died for something Kenyans should be happy of, but not happy that Ojwang died. But that we know these are thugs, they are criminals, as we had anticipated or thought of. That is what they are. Na hata saa hii, they are not going to stop. Because hiyo ni ugonjwa wako nao kwa mwili wao, iko kwa damu. They are not going to stop. they are going to continue. And that is why you see Ruto coming out being very furious as if he is innocent. Ati kama yani anatengeneza watu ni terrorists, criminals. First of all, he doesn't look at himself and know what he has done to the country. He is the first criminal that can be sued in court and never come out. So what I'm seeing is Ojwang died for our freedom. Maybe at this very juncture, maybe, I'm saying maybe, they might go slow taking people's money, but they will not stop taking people's money because that is what they came there to do. Ruto has taken a lot of money for no reason. Ameiba, baka amekuwa used. Kwa hivyo ataendelea na kufanya hiyo. Personally, I feel we are at the wrong trajectory because of this guy. Na vile anaharibu nchi yetu, ni kuna shida kubwa sana. We are supposed to fight for our freedom and for our country, a country that we love. Sisi ndio tunapenda nchi yetu, si Ruto, si Lagati huyo, au ni wezi walikuja wakaungana na wakajua we are going to do this and that so that we can have enough money, I don't know, to go where. And if they want to go, they can go, leave our country alone. Ruto alisema, if no Ruto, no Kenya. I don't know what he meant. I don't know whether he meant he will finish all Kenyans, then he can remain alone, or he can finish all Kenyans and fly away and leave us dead. That is something that we are looking to see what did he mean about that. It is horrible. And for me, I just feel like we are having a lot of problems for no reason. Ruto should resign and go. Langat should not come back to the office because they are going to do the same thing in our country. They will continue with the same business that they are doing right now. It's not that it is going to stop. They killed Ojwang thinking that the problem has gone, but it became even more bigger than before. So what I feel, Kenyans, watu wachukue kura. Kama ni lazima tufikishe 2027, watu wachukue kura kabisa bila mchezo. But we have a generation that really doesn't get tired. They want to fight for the country so that they can have a good future. Lakini Ruto anaona kama yeye ndiye amebebea watu maisha yao, but he is not going to do that. He is going to stop. He is going to be stopped. He's not going to stop, but he will be. We are going to stop him because he doesn't have the right of what he is doing in the country. Our country deserves better. Na kama mnavyoona vile anajifanya yeye ati ni president ambaye amekasirika kwa kukosewa, yeye ndiye anasahau yale maovu yote amefanya kwa nchi yetu. You are activating problems. I mean, activating people to act more against you being the president. We don't deserve such kind of president who don't care about lives of people. He cares about just himself. You see, now he is building a tunnel. I don't know where he is heading with that tunnel. We can decide even to finish up that tunnel with a different idea. Lakini hiyo sijui anajenga ya kufanya nini. I remember we were told that the time when Gen Z went to the parliament, these people went down to the tunnel and went out through the other way. But there's nothing secret. In Kenya, we will come to discover where you are going through, and then we can use it too. Kuna mtu ambaye anajichimbiaga shimo, alafu anaingia yeye mwenyewe. Wale alikuwa anafikiria wataingia, anaingia yeye. So our Kenya is more than anybody else. It's more important than anybody else. Kenya si milioni 50, Kenya ni one country. Lakini wale watu wanaishi huko ni 50 million. Kwa hivyo 50 million huwezi kusema ati wewe ukiwa peke yako hivi umesimama ndio unyanyase watu 50 million kwa sababu ya nchi yao. Wewe ndio utaumia. Na tumeona wengi wamefanya vitendo zile Ruto amefanya, and they end up losing. And that, I mean, Ruto will lose. And yeye amefanya mambo mingi maovu, kwa hivyo hakuna mtu anataka kumuona, hakuna mtu anampea time ya kuwa ati akae pale. Akiongoza nani? Maongozo yake imefika mwisho, ni vile tu anajidanganya aendelee kuwa hapo. Watu wamemnyamazia because people are back to the drawing board to know what next can we do. Ruto hakuingia hapo aongoze watu, to be honest. Kwa sababu mtu ambaye anaongoza watu na ako na utu na nyoyo nzuri, when it reaches a time that everybody is crying, you decide, am I going to listen to people? You listen to them and do what they want, and the fight will will vanish. But when you become that, when people are angry, you become even more angry, then we cannot be at the same level. Either one will cool down and watch, or the country perish. So, Ruto, we are watching you. Don't think we have given you the freedom to do what you want to do. We are just watching you, because things are not going down. They are not going away. We are not going away. We are still there. We know what we know. You have done wrong, and you know how much wrong you have done in our country. And so you are scared. Yani kuna ile mambo huwa mtu anaona aibu ati mimi nitoke, sitatoka. And you know you have been defeated. Yule mtu ambaye ni mtu shupavu, ama mtu mwenye heshima, ama mtu ambaye anapenda nchi yake, huwa anarudi nyuma step kidogo. Unasema eti mnasema nini? Labda nilikosea, let me do this, or let me not continue because I am not getting it. I am not able to continue doing what you want. I am not able to do it. Lakini anajipiga kifua, yeye ataendelea kuongoza, mpende msipende. That can't work. That's not a leader. That's a goon. Mtu ambaye anajipiga kifua akiongoza watu wengi. Furthermore, you know it's people who voted for you. Hao watu walikuvotia, unawapigia kifua. Seriously? What do you want to show them? You put yourself in there. Kwa hivyo nchi ni yako. Then if you put yourself there, it's good to kupiga kifua ukiwa Sugoi kwako, ambako hata hatuwezi kukuuliza unapiga kifua kwa nini. But you are in our house, in our building, which belong to us. Are we wrong saying that that building belongs to us? Are we wrong when we say our country? Are we wrong when we say get out of there? Are we wrong when we say you are not capable of the work? Are we wrong when we say that we voted for you for different issues, not what you are giving us? Are we wrong to say that you don't deserve a country like Kenya, to lead a country like Kenya? Are we wrong to say that you are killing our people for no reason? Are we wrong to say that abduction is going on in our country? Extrajudicial killings is going on in our country as we talk. Are we wrong? We are asking that you have failed, and we are asking you in a good way. Let me say that you don't deserve to be in our country. You don't deserve to lead our country. It's a mandate from us to tell you, you get out because you don't deserve. You are not following the constitution. You are a lawless president, somebody who don't even care what you do. Yani umeenda hapo kufanyia watu madhogodhanio na tukubali ati tukae hivyo. We can't. So for me, Kenyans, tuchukue kura kwa wingi, hata kama tutajaribu kupigana na yeye in a different way. Let's have our votes, which counts. Na msidanganywe. Wananchi wetu, najua huyu mtu akona pesa nyingi, atakuja akupatie pesa ndio umpe ID yako ama vote yako aende nayo, kwa sababu now you will not have any vote to vote. That's another idea that he may use, killing the people alive. Kwa sababu anapochukua kura awe ati ameshinda, mjue sasa ni mtapigwa mijeredi kabisa. Sasa ndio mtamlimia ile mashamba yao ukiwa mmejifunga mchipi karibu mkatike kiuno. I'm telling you, because this guy is not relenting. He will instill a lot of pain into people's bodies, and kwa maisha mtakuwa na uchungu mwingi sana. So we are not seeing him reducing, but he'll be going higher and higher, doing all these bad things. So Kenyans, my take is we take those votes seriously. Kila mtu apate vote yake, uilinde. We know we have got Gen Z ambao ni watu wanaelewa mambo yote, vile watu wanaweza scan and all these things to be put together. Watu wanajua habari ya internet, watu wanajua kufanya, they know a lot. Kusema kweli, hao watasimamia hizo kura in the best way they can. They are building their future and they should not relent. And I congratulate our Gen Z for the knowledge that they have. Don't give it up. We are going to fight and we are going to win. Me, Jero, I'll stop there. Those are my remarks for today, maybe. Asante.
Sawa Mama Mary, hata mimi nimeshukuru. Yeah, so because I don't see other people coming to the show, nitafunga na niseme tuonane kesho. I think unless kama uko na kitu ndogo ingine ya kuongeza, but I wanted to, we stop from there. Nijipange. Thank you. Mama Mary, do you have anything else to add ama tuseme the day is enough?
Me, I'll just say it can be half term or 1 term. Those are the options that we have. Nothing more. Asante.
So on Wednesday nitakuja. I will give my account of what I saw in Seattle. So on Wednesday, I will give account. No, Belfast, that one will be too long. Yeah, maybe you can come tomorrow. So on Wednesday,
okay.
Nitapeana account. Nitapeana account, yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, I understand Gachagua will be on this side of ours, Spokane on Friday. It has changed. It's not Wednesday, it's Friday.
Yeah, that one is good. Pia nimesikia naenda Boston. Inakaa the table is full. So there is the Boston events. Pia nimesikia ataenda Maryland, so there is a lot. So mkuwe tayari kumuelezea pia ile maneno mnataka. Yeah, in Seattle niliona alipokewa vizuri sana. Okay. Wacha niingize neutral. Neutral ameingia. Oh, okay. My condolences to PK. Sorry, I was dozing off. Oh, PK amepoteza mtu. I didn't see.
Again?
Squeezy, kuna mtu amepoteza mtu. Sikuwa nimeona hiyo. I think sijui kama ni somebody PK. Oh, my condolences to PK. PK pole sana. So I did not that comment passed me.
Are you there?
Go ahead, Belfast.
So, Jerry, you didn't know that PK had lost family, yeah?
No, sikuwa nimepata, frankly speaking. It's good to be honest.
Pole kwa PK.
Alex Budi sio Stone PK. Huyu ni PK. We have two people. We have two PK here. There is a PK and Stone PK.
Oh, okay. Okay. Pole kwake.
Yeah, so PK hata kuna wakati alitumianga comment yake nikacheza hapa after kupata shida ya kuingia. He's a very serious person. Both of them are males, eh? Sawa, neutral naweza endelea. PK, I don't know the short form of PK, what it means, but I know there is a guy called PK, na kuna Stone PK. They are two different people. It took me a lot of time to understand that. No, Stone PK ndiyo Peter Kiora, but PK I don't know. PK could be... PK atatueleza. Sawa. Neutral, go ahead. Neutral ni kama ongei.
Unanisikia?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, what I was trying to say, and please don't stop me. I will be speaking for about 3-4 minutes. What I know is there was a very serious submission by matiangi the other day, and it quite shocked me because okay, I've never taken matiangi seriously because he did some corrupt things with when he was working for Ford Foundation, and at that time the former Chief Justice, you know, the guy who is hailing from Ukambani, used to head the Ford Foundation in Kenya, and he had given a big project to matiangi, and some things happened there in terms of corruption. This was maybe 15 years ago. So matiangi's record has never been clean, and so we know that. But recently, you know, matiangi became powerful because of his hegemonic thinking about Central Kenya. He's the guy who gave us the tyranny of numbers. And you know how that one affected people who voted for Raila, including yourself, in 2017. So the last few days, matiangi has been coming with a theory about Gachagua and potential voters and supporters in Mount Kenya politics. And matiangi has said that that people from Mount Kenya now should rest their claims for power. That's matiangi. He's from Central. And he has said that what has happened is that the Gen Z movement is actually a Mount Kenya movement. I was shocked to hear that. I don't believe it. But even that people think that is respectful social scientists, they listen to him. But one of the most shocking things is he related what is happening to 1969, no, the 1969, the oathing process that took place in Kenya. And he said that this what should happen. And I said this a few weeks ago, that people should start de-oathing themselves. If they have to come to a place where they understand each other as Kenyans, some people should have to de-oath themselves, especially the older generation from that part of Kenya. But Matiangi says that actually what happened in 1969 in Ichaweni at Jomo Kenyatta's home, that people were coming there and lying prostrate, fully naked, and they were given some chakula ile ilikuwa na blood, na walichukua off in the darkness that that thing never crossed the Chania River. The power will rest in Kikuyu land. Me, I find these things superstitious and they don't help. But people use this to glorify Kikuyu hegemony. Even the ones who don't want to listen to that hegemonic thought, and many Kikuyus were very modern. They don't even waste their time about these things. They don't want to hear these things. But a person who is a social scientist and a political entrepreneur like Matiangi has decided that this is what is happening to people of Kikuyu land, that they have been off since 1969. The spirits are affecting them. Now, these are the same people who have accused, say, for example, Luo Nyanza of believing in witchcraft. But now we're being told by Matiangi that people of Central Kenya believe in witchcraft. And witchcraft is in the version of the oathing of 1969. That is what is affecting them to date. Me, I don't buy this theory, but some people are buying this theory. And I don't know what is it that Matiangi will benefit from this theory, but he has decided to say that the so-called Gen Z revolution is nothing other than a Kikuyu hegemony project. What do you guys think about this? Thank you.
Na sauti yako ilikuwa haitoki vizuri, sijui what was happening. So Belfast, can you hear me? Belfast, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you very well.
Hapo kwa witchcraft sikupata vizuri. Can you explain to me briefly what about
witchcraft? You know witchcraft, see ati watu wamekaa chini ati there's some anthropologists studying what is happening with the herbs and calabashes and what are these. Witchcraft can be seen in a spiritual sense. Now, in the case of this offing that the Kikuyus took at Ichaweni in the middle of the night, naked, mostly men, that was witchcraft, which has continued today, because that's what Matiangi is saying. There are some people still believe in this witchcraft. They're so sad that if they're not president and they're not vice president or deputy president, they're actually defying what the oath says, that the power in Kenya must be in Mount Kenya. Me, I don't believe this nonsense, because it's nonsense. It's not scientific, it's not proven, and it takes advantage of people, the everyday people.
So, in other words, is the explanations trying to say that the reason why there is a lot of uprising in Kenya, it could be related to witchcraft, related to upsurging power to the wrong direction? Is that what you mean?
what he's saying, and he gives examples. He says, he has said that Kikuyu power, Kikuyu hegemony, has been for over 60-something years, because what he has done is what I did the other day. I summed up the direct and indirect Kikuyu leadership. So, for example, Saitoti was seen as an indirect Kikuyu leadership because he was half Masai, half Kikuyu. Okay, but if you sum that in total, Mutiangi's hegemony is saying that the hegemony of the Kikuyu in power is something that was blessed by the oath. People were so fearful of that oath. The oath actually took place in Ichaweri, in Jomo Kenyatta's home, in 1969, after they killed Tom Mboya. And they said they would never ever give power to an uncircumcised person. You can come from Turkana, Teso, or no, uncircumcised. And whether that person is circumcised or not is not actually the issue. Because, there was a time when, I think it was after 2017, many Luo politicians decided that now they were going to get circumcised. And they publicized it, Gio Odinga, this guy, Anyang' Nyong'o, they publicized their circumcision in order to impress the electorate from central Kenya. It didn't work. Kikuyus are not interested in whether Luos are circumcised or not. I don't think that is the problem. The thing was, the Kikuyu elite of 1960s decided to do an offering, and that is what Mutiangi is talking about.
So do you think that ordering affect leadership according to you? And why do you think some people are taking it very serious? That should be the question. Why are some people taking that oath very serious? What do they know about it?
What I'm saying is, you have a person who is respected in intellectual world of Kenyan politics and social space. Mutiangi is not an everyday person you meet on the streets. He's a respected figure. Whether he speaks the truth or not is neither here nor there. He's like the Philip Ochieng of central Kenya. That is what I'm saying here. It's not like Peter Kaganja. Peter Kaganja huyu anakuanga mtu anaingia kwa serikali yoyote as long as he's in government as a researcher. But Mutiangi is respected even though he has some flawed research. Okay. So the reason why I asked that question is because if you go to Mutiangi's the YouTube channel, you will find that this thing that he has elevated into an actual theory, that the Kikuyus are doing what they're doing now because of 1969 offing, is a very strange thing. Because this man,
mambo inafanywa ni ya Wakikuyu, because I don't understand it. Do you want to tell me like the Gen Z revolution ni Wakikuyu?
Yeye na paneli yake ushawahi kuenda kwa hiyo nini yake hiyo school of district governance, whatever he calls it. It's a virtual thing. Yeah?
I don't get it, because this is a thing for the whole Kenyan. I don't understand when what Gen Zs are talking. They are talking of real things. We have been abandoned by the government. So I want you to connect me the old and being abandoned by the government.
What he said is that some Kikuyu people have brought shame to their own land by lighting up businesses and destroying property. But we know that it could be government agents who have done that. But Mutiangi is actually saying that it is Kikuyus who have done this. He's saying this, yeah. This, you cannot relate this to the same man who's talking about tyranny of numbers in 2017. of which tyranny of numbers is not the original opponent of this theory, but he used it to show that the power of the votes in Central was massive. He said, people in Nyanza, for example, we used to dread something called what do you call that place in Meru? Tarakanidi. Tarakanidi. When we had that thing called Tarakanidi, we knew Raila was not getting in, because Tarakanidi used to be the last to bring in the massive results from Mount Kenya, and we knew that Tarakanidi was that thing, that everyone was scared about. And trying to now made it official, not just Tarakanidi, but the whole Central Kenya was a block, which he said was tyranny of numbers, which everyone knows was fake. Okay? And it's the same thing they're going to use in 2027 to say that at the Somali diaspora and the Somali population, actually, they will say that the Somali numbers are big enough to make sure that Ruto wins power. They're using Somalism right now to claim power. And it's going to happen. That's what they're going to do. It's the same thing when you use the Central Kenya to say whether you like it or not. We have power because we have the votes. And it's a scary thing.
Let me ask you, do you think Mutaingoni is that influential in Kenya right now that he can hoodwink or he can upsurge people in his own thinking? Personally, me personally, I don't follow
Bro, I'm glad you asked me that question, because me, I'm a realist. I'm practical, I'm an ideologue, but I'm also a realist. When I went to his channel on YouTube and other forums, I found that only a few people are interested in his recent research or recent pronouncements. So I don't, in fact, if you can go to the YouTube channel where he has talked about this thing through some proxies, there are only about 30, 40 people discussing. Whereas in 2017, most times, there were hundreds of people in the time in his channel, supporting his work. So I don't think he's as influential as he used to be back then. I think he was very influential back then. And now I think that his influence has waned massively, because the youth generation, they have changed the politics of Kenya, how it happens. If you ask me right now, I have spoken about this about 2 months ago. If I had to decide to go back to vote, I will choose David Maraga, not Matiangi, not Jim. I'll choose David Maraga, because even though he's not a perfect person, I think this person will change the politics of Kenya big time. But unfortunately, David Maraga will not get the votes. We'll get some slimy person, or William will be back in power for a week. That's what will happen. But when I saw Gachagua's event in America, and I thought, this is Raila Mark II. Honestly, there was no difference between Odinga and the way Gachagua was behaving in America in the last 2 days. It is very unfortunate. Have I pricked you the wrong way?
Nimekusikia, so wacha nikuulize swali bwana Eli. So according to you, I think for me Mutaingoni has been on the wrong side of discussion ya siasa zetu. Tyranny of numbers. I think he was a guy of a hustler narrative, and now anataka kutuletea hii. Why would we follow somebody who, for the last 2 occasions, he did not assemble a good theory, and he only assembles a theory for the largest bidder? For me, I think Mutainguni is a tool for hire. I think he is trying to assemble a narrative for Ruto. What do you think?
When Mutainguni was very, very influential, was back in the late 90s, early 2000s. He used to write a column in the Daily Nation. And back then, Mutainguni used to bring good case and bobs, you know. He was competing there with even Kina Kwachesi Makoga and Matt, you know. And people respected Mutainguni as a social researcher. But Mutainguni, he became a victim of capture. You know yourself, you're living in diaspora. Everything is captured in Kenya, even intellectual thoughts. You can see someone who has the intellect and energy like Mutainguni being captured by the states or the opposition. It is very unfortunate because the man is an industrial academic. He chants papers like there's no tomorrow. Okay? And I've read his papers. But unfortunately, he is just fodder for hire. That is what has happened. We just need, you know, when I come into this channel and I talk about people like actually should be expanded and all that, and those are, people see this as utopian thinking I'm doing. But when we finally get that person who will, rejig Kenya, reboot Kenya, and say anything to do with capture has to stop, that is the person we're waiting for. I know now from what is happening in our country that it is very, very dangerous to drop out a young leader and say, this is our Gen Z president. I think it is a very dangerous thing to do right now. So I can understand why the young people are not dropping out a leader and bringing this person openly. So that's why we end up with people like Matiangi, Gachagua, and David Maraga, if not to mention others, who are now struggling to position themselves. We can't even talk of Kalonzo Musyoka because Kalonzo Musyoka, unfortunately, people now just see him as a granddad, just like Raila. He has nothing to offer. Unfortunately, a very peaceful guy. Yeah, he doesn't pose any threats. Yes, he was in Kando and everything. But right now, if we get
neutral, why would an oath of 1969 threaten you, or think that it can shape our lifestyle at this particular time, according to you?
But Jerry, we don't believe in superstitions.
Now my Gen Z, they even don't know about that. 1969, all these Gen Zs, are they aware of what happened in 1969? Hata kama ni historia ya kuletelewa.
Okay, let me answer you. First of all, I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in any spiritualism or faith-based movements and superstitions like 1969, 19, Patopuk. Patopuk in Doland, Patopuk means the hard shell of a tortoise, because a tortoise is meant to be living for donkey's years. A tortoise can be going for 100 years, you name it, right? So in Luo, we say, Ini weni anja 19 Patopuk. 19, which means 1900s, Patopuk, which means the back of a tortoise. I don't believe in those theories of those superstitious things of 19 Patopuk, because I think that for me, actually, I'm a bit like you. You're a scientist, an engineer. I need to see something in order for me to believe it. So that's why I don't believe in the state of faith and that there's a God here, there's a God there. Because if I can't see that person or that thing, why should I believe it? And that's why, in the same way, this 1969 of taking, which basically was superstitious, people were told that they should come into Jomo Kenyatta's Ichaweri home, go into some room, bloody naked. They would eat something. They were eating raw intestine. Raw intestine. You can check it. It's recorded in books. They ate raw intestine only to protect the power of the Kikuyu constituency in the rest of the country. And this stupidity is happening now, according to Matiangi. Me, I don't believe that it is happening because the young people don't believe in this shit. But a person who has power in intellectual thinking, and is called Matiangi, is using this thought process. And the reason why I staged this comment here is because he is from that land, he's from that part of Kenya, and he is saying this. And that is why I was asking, do you people who are here believe in this way of thinking? Because if people believe this, then it is very, very sad that in our modern country, some people still believe that something happened in 1969 to install Jomo Kenyatta, to keep him in power, and it was a spiritual, faith-based, traditional African superstition that we have to believe that some power has to rest with a dictator because someone had to drink blood and had to eat raw intestine. The whole thing is uchafu sana, chafu. Alafu, what we have to do now, as people who can mentor the young people, is to tell them that this is nonsense. We flagged Matiangi's channel. We're debunking Kapisa, which is what is not happening. I've seen Matiangi being discussed at Ikoneni. I haven't seen people discussing this issue in many other places, maybe because people think that it's completely irrelevant. But he's in the books of William Ruto because he always tries to fit into the government that is in power. So that's my position.
Sawa, neutral. So hebu nielezee hiyo kitu ita influence elections aje? Hivyo Mutaikoni anaiplace.
Kwa sababu theoretically kuna watu huwa wana move kwa hizi influencers. Hawa kina Nguni, there are people who actually use influencers so that they can make their own decision. But more importantly, the government or the status quo use people like Matiangi, and they use them kabisa to legitimize themselves in power. That's what happens. Matiangi helps Uhuru Kenyatta too. No, Kenyatta too. That is 2017. If not of Matiangi, a lot of things would not have happened because people believed it. They believed what Matiangi said. So Matiangi is a state proxy. So right now, Matiangi is a state proxy, and his aim is to deconstruct the other side, the side that believes that Ruto should not be in even be registered as a presidential candidate in 2027. He is trying to deconstruct this thing by saying that Kikulis are out to maintain their hegemony, and that should fail. And he's being used to do that because he's a Kikuyu. So divide and rule. Whereas if you're in Tanzania, nobody gives a shit if you're in this or that tribe. They'll see you as that person who wants to change the country. So I don't really think that Time Winnie's pronouncements recently would be so influential. But it could be for the government because they want to use an influential political thinker to legitimize themselves. That's what I think. But if you go onto the Time Winnie's social media, whether it's Twitter or whatever, you find that a lot of people don't even bother about him anymore. But they know that the state will use him. They'll use people like Peter Kagwanja, this Omidi of Luo Nyanza, and people like that, to legitimize the actions of William Ruto and the people who want to maintain the status quo.
Imagine hata hiyo story sikuwa nikijua, wewe ndio umeniletea.
Maybe nakuomba ufanye research, you always have to look at the people, even the people you don't like, and see what they're saying, because a lot of people, like influential people like Mutai, are being used by governments to legitimize what the government is doing. It's very, very dangerous. We're being told that the standard newspaper is broke. Okay. How can the standard newspaper be broke? Gideon Moi is one of the wealthiest Kenyans. The standard newspaper is not broke. The standard newspaper has shareholders, and most of those shareholders
it can be broke as a business. Kidogo, it can be broke as a business, not as a Moi venture. It can be broke as a business. Is that right? So huwezi sema ati kitu huwezi kuwa broke sababu ni ya mtu tajiri. I think that one is not fair. Go ahead.
Thank you. You're probably very right. Maybe I wasn't balanced in my opinion there. But what I know is that Gideon Moi is a baron. This guy is so wealthy. You could stand him up there with the late Silvio Berlusconi of Italy. He's a very big. This guy, they have flats in London, in Chelsea, those posh places. They have invested in Dubai and so many places. And I think even our man Kip said the other day that when people from his community grab wealth, they do it in quite a shoddy, open way that it doesn't last much. But someone like Gideon Moi, his wealth has surpassed that, So I find it shocking at his standard newspaper is KTN at his broke. I can't understand this thing. There's a smoke screen somewhere. But if you say it's because it's a business, the business is broke. And they're not, standard thing that Kenyan media get. They get adverts from government, they win tenders and so on and so forth. But largely speaking, I think that standard newspaper is doing very well. Even though they're making their life very difficult by talking about William Ruto. But this is just one of the wealthiest businesses in Kenya. So I don't buy the thing that the standard group is broke. If it was broke, this thing would have fallen very, very many years ago. So, but again, my opinions and my fact-based arguments is not because I'm right and you're wrong. I'm just saying that there's a lot of things happening in Kenya that we shouldn't just think these issues are out to be, to be left aside, not to be spoken about. We need to open the debate and look at what the intelligence are presenting to us. People like matiangi. You tell me right now, who do we rely on as the commentators who are respected and either the opposition or the governments? Who do we rely on right now? Nobody. In the struggles of 1990s and the early 2000s, even politicians and trade unionists and so on, and the youth, they used to rely on the people who put their ink on paper to start thinking about the way forward for Kenya. Right now, we are struggling to get such people because most of them have been pocketed by the government. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's a fact. And it's so unfortunate. I don't know what we will do about this situation that is affecting the country right now.
Julia, chukulia maneno ya oath. Sijui kama umesikia vile tunaambiwa ati Gen Z ni oath ya 1969 sasa.
Ati nini?
Ati Gen Z.
Ebu introduce that properly, please be fair.
What's that?
Matiangi ndio amesema, si mimi.
The Gen Z revolution is about the 1969 oath. Ati na ni sababu ati kuna watu walienda pahali wakaodhi ya kwamba hakuna siku ati Mkikuyu hata haikuwa kwa uongozi. So niyo oath ina react Kenya. Ndio hakuna amani.
They are always selling that nonsense. They are always selling it. Even the wakati wa Azimio Raila akisimama, usilisikia hiyo kitu Njiru? Did you hear that?
I think ukisikia hiyo kitu ndio inakuanga the last line of defense yao ili wapate kura.
Na hiyo where does it come from? Pade ya Kasongo, isn't it? Isn't he the one who was alikuwa nasema kwamba ati Raila Odinga hawezi kuwa president kwa sababu kuna sijui oath ilikuliwa wapi? Mbona watu wanasimanga, why do people talk about this oath na si wa Kikuyu? What is wrong with them? Why should somebody who is mwenye si Mkikuyu? Yani people are not from the mountain. How do they know about the mountain? So I refuse to buy that, Njiru.
It's like they were oathing for us.
It is just running away from the reality. Imagine our watoto wako very genuine. Gen Zs are very genuine people. Gen Z wako
na Belfast analeta hata story ati ya uchawi. Ati anasema ati it was invoked through uchawi, ndio kuna mashida mingi sana Kenya sahi. Ati I think Ruto want to absolve himself from trouble. He want to say that he has no problem. They are things, forces of nature. Unajua hiyo ni kama Ruto anataka kusema ni forces of nature zinaleta shida Kenya.
Lakini si nimekuwa nikiwaambia Kasongo ako na shida ya akili na mumpeleke kwa daktari, mnakataa. Si mlisikia anajenga kanisa State House. Do you know that guy is not psychologically okay? Now he's talking about, let me tell you, as soon as you see somebody kwenyu, kuna sijui kama kwenyu, I think Mount Kenya, those things are kind of rare, but they still happen. Kuna some lands in Kenya where mtu anakuambia ficha mtoto asiangaliwe sana. Akiangaliwa sana na watu kitu itafanyika. Jiro, did you ever hear of that? If your child is very cute, umfiche. Asiangaliwe sana. If you are sick and shangazi wako mwenye wapande ya baba yako alisema kitu jana usiku. Those things, people use those things to justify issues when they don't want to face the reality. Na Kasongo amefika, I think amefika hiyo stage sasa. Mara anajenga kanisa. Sasa ni oath, mara kuna uchawi. Ai, huyu mtu aone daktari jameni. Ati kuna uchawi. Ruto alisema kuna uchawi. Ama alisema hiyo wapi?
Ni connection na hiyo oath that it is part ya uchawi which was invoked during that time, ndio kuna mashida mingi sana Kenya. Because now the 1969 oath proclaimed that at Wakikuyu lazima wakuwe pahali kwa power. Somewhere they have to be somewhere. So sasa hiyo uchawi ndio inajaribu kurato because ya noya.
Lakini si Kindiki yako. Bona.
I think Kindiki is not part of the dichotomy according to them.
Ama Kindiki is not a real Kikuyu. Kindiki yako. Kindiki si mtu wa mlima. Mbona presence yake haisaidii? Seriously. Jiri by then ilikuwa na jana. Congratulations. Good job.
Uliniona wapi sikujua?
Silikuwa umetuletea live.
Oh, okay. Hiyo live niliwaletea kutoka kule
Kwa Munyoro.
Kwenyewe.
Good job. Keep it up.
Tulijaribu, asante. It's just to make the channel serious,
Ulikuwa umetoka Minnesota, ukakuja. I didn't even know you live in Minnesota. Jiri unaishi Minnesota.
Yeah, you see, I decided to make the channel serious, So I appreciate. Anyway, I will share my account of what I saw in Seattle on Wednesday. Sijawambia chochote, nitawambia what I saw. Did I see any seriousness with Gachagua nini? Hiyo vitu yote nitawambia.
Mother alisema wacha hiyo, Gachagua anasema one term. Yeye alikuwa anasema no term. I like the turnout. I like the spirit. And I thought, I was thinking Gachagua akikuja America atanyamaza ajipe shughuli. Kumbe wameleta hiyo story ya Munyoro hapa. Lakini Kenya samana les Njiru. I'm just on a light note.
Unasema nini? Gachagua akipewa mic, Gachagua akipewa mic, watu tu wanaanzia tu one term.
Imagine, nani ya mko America.
Na jandia, so hadi sasa unajua pia kuna majamaa wale watu wameoa wazungu na wale wamekuta na mabibi zao na mabwana zao. So unakuta hata mzungu anasema one term, hata aelewi nini anasema tu one term. Kama sasa kuna mzungu alikuwa anatutasalimia na one term. Nikamuuliza what is one term? Akaniambia it is in Kenya one term. Big thing in Kenya one term. You don't know it?
Okay, lakini there are also Americans who have internalized the problem in Kenya. Sinikwambia when I was coming back from nikitoka home last year. Around December. Not December, January. This year. Yeah, early this year. Nikafika nilipoingia in the point of entry. Unajua hao jamaa wa immigrations jamaa, unajua vile wanakuanga on the loop. Umetoka Kenya, so unajua wanakuanga na manifest na kila kitu. Somebody is asking me, karibu America. I'm like, huh? You understand that? Then he's like, ananiambia, then he starts chatting me. At when are your Gen Z going to kick out that guy? At what are they still waiting for? Then I'm asking him, how do you know about that? Ananiambia, we are on the loop. Watu wamechanua watu. So what is Gachagua's program now, Jill?
Mama Mary ametuambia ati anaenda city inaitwa Spokane. Spokane is a city in Washington. 4 hours from Seattle by drive. That is on Wednesday. We'll be in Spokane. Then from Spokane, I think he will go to the East Coast. That is Boston and Maryland. Ndivyo nimesikia sasa program yake iko. So Boston na Maryland ako huko. So wewe Julia unaweza kimbia hapo Maryland kama unataka.
Niko mbali. Na kuanga mbali Njiru. Sometimes I feel like I'm in another continent.
Marekani ni kubwa. Don't joke. America unaweza fly, unachukua una connect flight mara 3. Bado unaenda America. There was a guy who was there, alituambia he was in a flight of 6 hours. Nikashindwa kwani from Georgia to Seattle. Ni 6 hours.
Even like there's a time I went visit my friend in Minnesota. I had 2 connecting flights.
Wow.
2 connecting flights na bado niko America.
Noma.
America ni kubwa nakwambia.
Ni vile iko sparsely populated. It's very big for a population of 330 million.
Si ndio, ujuacha jana tulikuwa na argument. Another friend of mine akaniambia vile watu kwa sababu gani watu walichagua Trump ni kwa sababu ya hata wa Democrats. Kuna a lot of Democrats walichagua Trump ni kwa sababu hii issue ya immigration. Unaona vile watu wamejaza pale kwa mpaka. Sasa wanajisikia kama ni invasion. Unaona? And you can't blame them. Hata wewe ungekuwa Kenya unaweza jisikia hivyo. You know that. If you put yourself in their shoes. Then,
yeah, of course.
You'd be feeling, you don't want people just to get into the border as they feel like from Somali. You wouldn't want that to happen. Right? So,
yeah, of course.
Alafu sasa tukaanza kupiga story nikamwambia lakini hata kama mnasema hivyo, mimi chenye kinanishangaza, Amerika unaona mtu kama mimi ameamua afanye kazi. Analipwa job seeker allowance, nini analipwa rent. Juu unajua kuna watu najua wanalipa rent $80. $80. Pato vitu wamelipwa na gava.
Of course, unajua hiyo ni social welfare which anyway, the country has designed a system to take care of its people. So it is not like our country wewe kama uko kwa shida, na ni hivyo, no one knows about it. So ndio hivyo. Wewe hata uko hata wakati wa COVID wakipewa stimulus check wewe.
Mimi
unaandikiwa check.
Me, I received 2 checks. In total, I received over 3,000. Kijana wangu alikuwa bado, my son was here. So, nikapata yake, nikapata yangu, nikapata ya Trump 700. Unakumbuka Trump alikuwa ametuachia 700 before atoke.
Na tulienjoy.
Trump alikuwa ametuachia 700, baadaye nakuja kapewa watu 1,400.
Can you imagine? Na Kenya hakuna kitu watu walipewa. Kenya hata 1,000 ya welfare.
No, my sister was telling me Kenya money was being given. My sister was telling me there were people who were being bought food and all that. Ni vile tu kulikuwa na COVID millionaires wengi.
Nani alipewa pesa ya serikali?
Si unajua Kenya my sister alikuwa ananiambia ati kuna watu walikuwa wananunua mpaka chakula wakati wa COVID na gava. Lakini
Kenya
these people, people abused that. Kenya had money. But you remember about
I didn't know that Kenya walipeana do.
Walipeana. My sister told me that. So I was asking that lady. Okay, Njiru, swali langu ni hili. Don't you think America kuna watu wana abuse hiyo kitu ya job seeker allowance na kulipua rent?
Kama ni kitu consistent na kitu constant na kitu utapewa kama una job, there is somebody who will seek it to have it. So if it is something consistent, there's somebody who will work hard to make sure that ako kwa hiyo list.
Nimesikia ati wanafanya ati mpaka the people ati unaona if you work more hours na income yako ionekane imeenda beyond some level, pesa hiyo assistance itaisha. So ati huwa wanafanya kazi kama siku 3 in a week wanawaacha. What kind of a life?
Unacheza na pesa ya bure wewe. Nani hataki pesa ya bure?
Tatu wanawaacha. What kind of a life is that? So nikamuuliza, okay, kama watu wamegundua nio hivyo, so I was asking her, don't you think America 50 years down the line watakuwa na shortage ya labor force?
Not 15 years, even now kuna shortage kubwa sana ya labor force. Labor is still an issue in America.
For both skilled and non-skilled. Okay, for example, umesikia Trump akisema kwamba ati look at the issue of ICE in farms, in American farms. Kwa nini amesema hivyo?
Unajua America is an industry. Kuna kuanga na kazi mingi sana all the time. The many works are coming up. I think America is one of the only country in the world where there are more jobs than people. Are you aware of that? There are
Yes.
more jobs than people. Like there was a time we were quantifying them. It was when we were in Stanley. I heard that in America there are like 1.2 billion jobs. Like in America, the quantified jobs in America, 1.2 billion jobs. Like for the American population, kila mtu anaweza fanya kazi 4 in America. Zile kazi ziko too much. And like one person can do 4 jobs. But you'll do sasa pia America kuna a lot of many people. And some of those jobs are being done in the university. Unajua shule in the universities, there are also the jobs which are being done by students, which maybe could be done by a regular American. So in other words, kazi ni mingi sana. Like I don't know how they have been able to work on that to make sure that there is a job for everybody. So na America utakuta yule mtu ana kazi, maybe somehow maybe you might be having a criminal record, so you are not employable, or you have no capacity to work. But in America, especially for their citizens, I don't think that there is a normal honest man who doesn't have work. I don't think.
So that means there are people now who are becoming dishonest. Wanaamua wafanyi kazi juu atalipwa nyumba ataenda achukue ma food stamps. So there must be people who are abusing the system. So and I think those numbers of people abusing the system will be increasing. Kuna watu nimesikia hapa Njiru wanang'ang'ana kupata hiyo nini, kuwa handicapped awe kiwete kiasi.
But I think those are small people in the society. Majority of the people would still want to do a decent, honest job. So there could be an outlier of those people who want free money, but sifikiri ni wengi, because what I know about America is that they are very proud of their country, and very many people want to see themselves participating in the economy positively. They have that, and they have that belief that if I don't work, this country will not continue being a prosperous nation. For this country to continue being a prosperous nation, I have lazima nijitume. So there is that element whereby
I don't think
people are really active in their areas of representation.
Njiru, I think they no longer think like that. Me, unfortunately, may come across a very big population, both black and white, who think it's okay not to work.
I think the philosophy varies, because there are some. It is even political now, because there are some politicians who are talking of socialism, too much of socialism, sharing that is the problem. So, Julia, frankly speaking, hizo vitu za America whereby unakuta yani kuna wale watu they no longer believe in a working nation. It is part of the political mobilizers. Kama hao nasikianga wengine like huyo mzee anaitwaje, I know he is focusing on that too much, and na watu wanampenda sana, especially people who do not want to work. Bernie Sanders ni wa hiyo movement ya wale watu wataki kufanya kazi lakini wanataka pesa. Hata huyu mnaitanga AOC, hata AOC ni wa hiyo movement. Like she believes like people should get money without working. So that is a platform which is growing because of some of the politicians who are trying to, wanasiasa wanajaribu kufurahisha wale raia wataki kufanya kazi. That is the problem.
So me now, I was analyzing that. Alafu nika-analyze hiyo statement ya Trump kusema kwamba story ya ICE kuingia kwa mashamba atapanga. Ni vile kumewaka, huko kumewaka Njiru. Kumewaka azin, sasa wenye wanafanya kazi huko ni wao wenye wana makaratasi. It's like modern day slavery. They are paid meager wages, but because still they are willing to stay, because they don't want to go back to their home countries, wanafanya kazi. Sasa vile wameshtuliwa na ICE, wamepotea. So So the joke in the social media is that ati wenye mashamba walitarajia watu weusi watawa convert back to slavery. That's just a joke. I don't think it is true. Lakini hata kama kuna watu wako jobless America hawawezi fanya kazi hiyo ya mashamba. You see that the problem they are having now. Hawawezi. Kama hata Walmart hawawezi fanya kazi 6 months bila kufutwa kazi. What do you think? So let me wacha nisimamishe hapo na nimeona Ellie. So you ask a question how they managed to create so many jobs. I think one thing, these people worked so hard and moved from primary production to manufacturing industry production, and that is secondary goods production. So they grew their manufacturing industry so much, mpaka they created so many jobs. Waliweka foundation strong sana. I think Jiro, that is what you are asking. Mbona wako na kazi tena? The other thing that also makes their population is not growing, because siku hizi Jiro, ni Americans wangapi umesikia wameenda baby shower? Unajua mabeshte wako there are few.
In fact hata saa zingine tulikuwa tunaulizana na jamaa mwingine, hata kuona msichana ako na mimba ni ngumu. Atibi yani, hebu enda hapo Nairobi, kanigu hapo Nairobi, hapo Moi Avenue. Moi Avenue.
Acha.
For 5 people kidogo, for 5 people hapo Moi Avenue. Unaona mama amejikokota hapo na mimba kubwa. Moi Avenue ama Tom Mboya. Julia ndio usimame hapo utashangaa. Utaona yani the amount of mama wanajikokota hapo na mimba kubwa. But you rarely see that in America. I think in America, mimba is a prestige. In America, naonanga saa zingine hata mama akiwa na mimba, unaona watu wanakuja kuiguza. Hey, wow. Yani
hata sio hivyo. I know many people wameniambia hawawezi dhubutu kupata mtoto. I have a neighbor mwenye hajui sani yake wa 50 years penye amekuwa for the last 30 years. Skiza. Akona 50-year-old son, na hajamwona for the last 30 years. Yani more than half the life of that person hajanaona mama yake. So Ellie, hi Ellie. Atuambie maneno ya London. Ellie, tell us about...
Hi, give me 2 minutes. I'll join you back in 2 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Okay. So you hear Njiru. So first, their population is not growing. Okay, and I think they were able to grow the economy so good. And thirdly, kuna watu wataki kufanya kazi. So I think they need to look at that and see a lasting solution. Otherwise, lazima watakuwa wakiandika wahamiaji kazi. Watakuwa wakitafuta, hata wataanza kutafuta, nasikia waandikangi madaktari kutoka nje. Wataanza kutafuta hata madaktari kutoka nje. Kama walimu sasa lazima watafuta.
I think Marekani is still very stable in terms of what they are doing about employment. Because unajua kama ni udaktari, udaktari ni second degree. You must have another degree for you to become a doctor. So I think and the majority of those people I think it's a way of making sure that people who are becoming doctors are the ones who have been trained in America. That one I get. So I think in a profession like doctors, those ones are very stable in America for now. Yes, I know they are getting a number from India, but it's not a very big number. I think they have capacity to train enough. Go ahead.
So but they still have to continue recruiting from, in most other industries, lazima waendelee recruit kutoka nje. In most other industries.
Mostly artificial in the technology side, artificial intelligence hapo ndio they get majority from, and what they are doing is like they allow those countries to come and invest here. Unaona like India, the way India has been able to ship so many engineers in America, it is because of there is a recruiting company ya India inaitwa Tata. Sijui kama unajua hiyo kampuni ya India inaitwa Tata.
So Tata
ina
recruit what industry? IT,
mostly IT. So Tata has really done a lot in America, like to make sure that there is quite a sizable number of Indians in America. Inaitwa Tata.
So
Then
does
even the Chinese, they don't have such a company. Sorry?
Indians?
Mostly unajua Tata inaleta Wahindi by design. Hata sisi wa Kenya tungetaka Wakenya wetu wakuje hapa ni we make sure there is a recruiting company which a hiring company which is a Kenyan. If there is a hiring company which is a Kenyan company, it will by design make sure that most of our technocrats land in America. So I think kama hiyo Tata, it was by design to make sure that Indians will get a platform to come and work in America. It is by design. So other countries which do not do the same, sasa nyinyi mungojee sasa huruma yake Mwenyezi Mungu or personal initiative wewe mwenyewe. Unaelewa?
Ungangane.
Yes. So that is what happens. So when it comes to India, Tata is doing miracles.
Wow. So wacha tugoje tuone vile kutaenda, tukigojea Saile Kasongo ataenda. So nini kimetendeka Kenya? What you mean after Gachagua kuja hapa? Things have gone quiet in Kenya.
No, Matiangi was in Kameme today. He did an interview in Kameme. Kalonzo refused the invite of Mashujaa Day. Lagata aliambiwa na mashtaka ya kujibu. There is a lot happening. There is progression in news, Julia. Langata atashtakiwa.
Mashujaa Day ni alini by October.
Mashujaa ni ya Oktoba, lakini Kalonzo nasikia amesema yeye hataenda. Amekataa mbali.
Wameng'ang'ana na Kalonzo kweli?
I hope lakini si Ruto amesema ataleta hao watu wote kwa serikali. Wasishangae. That is what the newspaper was saying, that Ruto confided to his confidence that there should not be any cause of alarm. He is well on the path of getting a second term because he will bring all those people together. And he said he is giving a commitment that he is bringing Kalonzo and Natembeya to his government. That is what he said.
Wow, sasa amewauza. Lakini mimi Ruto nimekuwa nikipekea sitembea. I don't trust him kabisa. But he may anaweza simama kwa sababu saa hizi the wind is on the other side. He may keep his stand.
Nani Kalonzo?
Natembeya and Kalonzo, they may keep their stand saa hizi.
Wakae na sisi.
Wanaweza kosa kununuliwa.
Lakini Ruto alisema atawaleta. Kwani nini hiyo anatumana? Atawaleta aje? Ruto committed, alisema Natembeya na Kalonzo, I'm bringing them. That's what he said.
Or he was just trying to mess their names. Kuwachafulia jina. Imagine mtu akisema now, imagine your enemy saying that he's talking with you, telling your children that. Na inika na wachafulia jina. But who cares anyway?
Julia, hebu imagine mtu aseme msijali, Julia nitawaletea. Huyo msijali, wacha hata hivyo wako na huko nje tu hivi anaregarega hivi anaruka huko. Msijali, Julia ni mimi na yeye, vile tunasemanga ucho negore. Tunajua vile wakikuwa wanasemanga huyo nitaleta.
Ucho de nake.
Ucho ni nake. So Ruto amesema hivyo. So Ruto amepangia Kalonzo na Natembeya vibaya sana. Anasema hao wanaleta.
Is like a thought. Unajua hiyo ni kama matusi.
Maybe kuna pahali walikutana kwa namba ya police station.
Ama they are increasing their money. Wanataka more and more. Ongeza pesa.
Ama pengine kuna maagent. Maybe kuna maagent wa Kalonzo wako pahali wanaongea na maagent, so wanapeana report, wanaambia mkubwa usijali. Hii in 3 months time we can achieve this one. Ni maoni tu.
He may be disappointed this time. I think pesa yake this time haiongei sana. Juu angekuwa ameenda by now, you know that.
I don't think kununuliwa unaendanga any time. Kununuliwa inanga specific time ya kwenda.
So we keep watching them, eh?
Yeah, of course we have to watch them. Ukisikia mnunuzi anasema hivyo, si unasikianga hata yule mtu akona pesa, unasikianga mtu akisema nitanunua ndege na final unaiona hapo. Ukisikia yule mtu ako na mapesa kabisa anasema nitanunua hii, lazima ukae ukichungulia uone kama hiyo ndege aliwaambia ananunua imefika.
Let's wait. Kalonzo should not dare, because anyhow Wakenya, I don't think Wakamba watatembea naye huko. And
can I ask you?
Yes, Ellie. Hi, Ellie.
Julia. Hi, Julia. Julia, thank you. I was going to ask about, I saw a story about CG, an innocent Kenyan girl was killed in a police station in Nakuru. Did you see that one?
Nakuru or Meru? I saw a girl from Meru called Julie.
Niliona.
Nakuru or Meru?
Thought it was Nakuru, but anyway, anyhow, it was just another Ojwang again. She was arrested during the protests and accused of being involved, and now she died in the hands of the police.
Yeah, I think she's from Meru. Her name is Juliet.
But when that man said that the police should just shoot people in the legs, and hopefully we thought that the politicians were going to stage something to just say this guy is completely mad. You can even go into parliament and declare him, essentially mental, But the politicians, they didn't really react to this with a consensus to say this is a sick person who says that people should just be shot in the leg. Who says that? Alafu Raila Odinga decided to camouflage that by saying, no, the police should respect people's human rights, and he did not directly attack this person. I find it very difficult to even mention Ruto's name, but I feel that even the police, they're taking advantage. And when I say the police, I don't know whether I'm saying the tribal police, because it looks like the police has also been tribalized. There's a guy who was interviewed the other day by Obina. No, not Obina, Kingori. The guy who calls himself Kingori, but he's not Kingori. But anyway, you should watch this interview. This is a former GSU officer who hails from somewhere in Teso land in Western Kenya. I have never actually, seen or heard such an accomplished, feedback from a former police officer. This GSU officer is saying exactly what the problem is with our police force, and is mentioning by name the people who are destroying the people who should guarantee safety to Kenyans. That interview is exceptional. I don't know how I could share it, but amesema tu vile siku za Moi, even during the dictatorship, but there's a way that the GSU behaved. Those guys, when they came to a protest, when there was a demonstration, only 2 officers, 2, were allowed to carry, like live bullets they were ready to shoot back in the day. The other ones were just carrying guns, but it didn't signify anything. They just had the guns with them, but they were not loaded. This is what the GSU officer was saying when he was being interviewed the other day, and he said that in fact they were trained. They were trained, to respect human rights. So there was a wing of the police and GSU who were first aid practitioners. So if they shot anyone at all during a demonstration, there were those ones whose responsibility was to quickly, attend to this civilian who has been shot before they are taken to hospital. And the GSU would come into action at the last minute. It was police work to guarantee safety. When the police failed, a platoon of, say, 30 GSU people would now take over. And that platoon was led by 2 officers. And every officer, every GSU person had their responsibility. So there was this thing called governance and ethics. Believe you me, that's an irony in a dictatorship, but that's what happened back then. And he's saying that is not there now. That basically, if, for example, that's why you find that when a police officer or a GSU officer shoots someone, that court case can take ages, and this person can actually walk free, walk out free, because those rules that they did back in the day are not being respected now. The GSU officers, they were not trained in Kiganjo. The police were in Kiganjo. The GSU officers, after they, if you were recruited to either join the police or the GSU, and there was no barometer to say this is the person we want to join the police or the GSU. You were recruited and you would work for the GSU for six years, and then when they found that you've served enough, they would send you to the police. But there's no way you could do police work when you're in GSU. And if a GSU officer arrested a protester or a demonstrator and took them to a police station, that person would be rearrested because the GSU were not trained legally to even give a caution to that person who has been arrested. So there are those things that used to happen apparently that are not respected now, because right now it's a law of the jungle, even amongst the GSU and police officers. They said, this guy was saying that when, for example, university youth were protesting, they would lead them on, in fact, let them protest. And then the youth would just give up and go back to their halls of residence. They would not pursue them. It was rare that they would pursue them. But now they pursue them and shoot them, and these are the things that are happening. And he was short of saying that the army of the GSU, the paramilitary police, they've been tribalized, and the chain of power is, they're getting orders from above, more than the orders from above during the Water and Oyugi's time. I think the most scandalous PS at the time was Hezekiah Oyugi under the tutelage of Kinamoi, and but it is such an interview. If you listen to this particular former officer of the GSU, I think those are the things that are wasting our police force, in Kenya. Julia.
Yes, on that nimeona kitu kwa YouTube. I think KTN still saying the deteriorating state of affairs between civilians and the police. So, what you are saying, Ellie, I think it will be an uphill task to restore that trust.
It's very difficult because he said that I can't remember the name of this officer. I'll try and check, but he said that the policing that they used to do was based on the relationship between the people and the police. That back in the day, okay, you are not seen as a snitch, but you're protecting the society. So you had things, information came way beforehand. For example, when those young people were protesting, he gave an example. When those young people took Ojwang's remains to the police station in Mawego, and they left the remains there before this young person was buried 2 weeks ago. There was supposed to be intelligence that would cover the police and would cover the wananchi, and that was shared. And that intelligence came from wananchi. It didn't mean that the wananchi were siding with the police, but there was that relationship. He says that relationship has gone down kabisa. Yani hakuna kitu hapo between the police and the wananchi. In fact, they are very disrespected at the moment. The youth have no time for them. Even I'm surprised that politicians are running around with people that Kenyans pay taxes to protect the politicians. Honestly, this is one thing I've never understood. That even people in the so-called opposition during Raila's opposition time, and now even the opposition now, the officers who are protecting the politicians would be protecting state affairs and government. Okay, these are the same officers. They're paid by the wananchi. I don't understand how it is possible that you can marry the two. Okay, they're public servants, they're civil servants, but the degree of protection, yani, let's say a politician who is in the opposition is targeted, and the constitution guarantees their freedom, their safety, and all this, okay? But the government is determined to kill, the same government that is determined to kill that politician is the same government that gives that politicians security. It's an oxymoron. I don't understand it. I know Annie is complaining there. Annie in the chat. This Annie in the chat always yaps a lot, but will never come here live and speak. But yeah, ni sumbui. So kitu nasema hapa ni kwamba saizi tuko na shida sana na vile opposition inaendelea. I think that the opposition is not serious. They need to be serious. They need to really, really confront this nightmare that we have. Yani, you find that Gachagua is out of the country, and it's happening the same way when Raila was in the opposition. At Gachagua's left, so now there's no opposition. Who are they waiting for? That other one, the young person there from KCCG, Morara, he gave up. Yesterday I was listening to this other cartoon here who joined the ODM from the youth revolution, and he's now in ODM and propagating for ODM. He was on Twitter yesterday talking a lot of nonsense. I think you know who I'm talking about. But these are the people we see as influencers, I don't know, in terms of changing things in our country. I think that at the moment, we need to just have a little break. Maybe some people can decide to change direction of how this thing is going to be done. Because right now, it's just rallies after rallies. People are going to do fundraising. Like obviously, Gachagua is going to do fundraising for the for the big politics of 2027, because he feels deeply, let down by Mr. Ruto for what happened to him. Gachagua feels very, very hurt by what happened to him. And I think that is his number one project, to uninstall Ruto because of what happened to him. And then the people who led the, the removal of Gachagua, the impeachment, most of them are from his own community. It's a very confusing state of affairs. You would think that, okay, Ndindi Nyoro right now, he has crossed over and he's on Gachagua's side, but in a professional way. He is talking about things that has recently happened during the protests. The economy has gone down, and the state was involved in smashing down people's properties and wealth and investment. That's all Ndindi Nyoro is talking about. He's not talking about the nightmare of the politics that we are facing currently. So you find that people are still afraid. But if they're afraid as a person or as an individual, why can't they come together as one force and decide that this person we're tackling this person as one force, as in the same way people did with Moi in 2002. I don't see that 2002 thing at the moment, because if that 2002 thing is there, Julia, I think that this country can change very quick. Those people, they don't have to like each other, but even on this channel, we throw words at each other because we all want some change to happen, but we don't agree on the same methodology, So why can't those people do something as a unified force? What are they waiting for? Today, your favorite, Gachagua, sorry, not Gachagua, Mr. Matiangi, he spoke today and yesterday. He said about he is the only leader who can change Kenya. Who told him that? There has to be a fair process. Maybe he's a good leader, maybe, and I agree with him. He has recently started apologizing about his role in Uhuru Kenyatta's government. But he needs to really, really be firm about what he really wants to do to change the country. Because right now, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know which way he wants to do this. Because if he is going to just follow Gachagua around, people are saying that even Gachagua, what is his role when he'll not even be allowed to stand for any political position for the next 10 years? Sorry, not 10 years now. I think it's 7 years now. Because it was 10 years because the 2 years that, when he was impeached, it was 10 years. That was the line of his, if he ever wanted to stand for anything. But we shouldn't personalize this. We don't have to like each other, and that includes the politicians. They really don't have to like each other. They have to do what those politicians did in 2002. There were enemies there. Imagine, the only persons who fell out really badly was Nyachai, throwing the towel because he didn't like the fact that he claimed that Raila Odinga, betrayed him. But all these people were economic and political elites who were then so powerful, but that whatever they did could change the country. And they hated each other, but they stood together. So I think that's what's missing at the moment. Previously, in the last year, people were saying, oh no, we don't want anything to do with these politicians. They're just recycled and they're coming back. We don't want them. But from what we have seen in the last year, these people, they seem to be still in power and in charge, whether they're in the opposition or in government. So the question is, can we forget about them or what? It's a very, this transition is so unfair and so difficult. This transition after Moi, because wherever Kenyans try, these recycled politicians are coming back. And they are the ones we are asking ourselves this question. Is it Matiangi? Is it David Maraga? Well, he was not a politician, but is it Kalonzo Musyoka and the other people that are currently involved? Is it Martha Karua? For example, right now in Luo Nyanza, they don't have any formidable name to prop themselves. People talk about Babu Owino. For me, that guy is a crook. He's a crook, but Kenyans love crooks, He's a bloody crook. Babu Owino. At me, I vote for Babu Owino. That guy who was seen in a live video shooting. And the Kenyans, we have a memory of what? I will not vote for Babu Owino, no matter what. But I will respect Kenyans who will vote for Babu Owino. That's their problem. If he wants to be governor of Nairobi, he wants to lead the country, that's his problem. I am not going to negotiate my allegiance for human rights and things like that. I will not vote for Babu Owino. No way. The scandals that I could associate Babu Owino are the same ones you can apply on someone like this ICT minister from Kiambu, the former governor, and then the former governor of Mombasa, and a few characters like Wamalwa, and Babu Owino is just in there. Simon Bugwa is in there. George Saitoti gave us those names, and that's why they had to finish it. People are expecting voters to sling in a vote for Babu Owino just because he has some kind of English and he's a mathematician, and he paid that family in order for him not to go to jail. No. If you are a simple character, you are not Babu Owino. By now, you would be frying in that jail. Kabisa uko ndani. So, by the time Kenyans respect Chapter 6 of that constitution, in the next election, which we are expecting, in this next election, Julia, honestly, we're expecting as many young people, the youth, to stand for political positions. And they will come with that, they will embrace Chapter 6 of the Constitution. If this doesn't happen, we're wasting our time. We're just regurgitating the same shit, because what we're doing is Chapter 6 means nothing. For me, Chapter 6 right now, in terms of national leadership, I only see David Maraga. Only. I don't see anyone else right now in terms of those high-profile leaders. It's unfair, you might think, because I don't have time for Matiangi, but that's just my personal opinion. I think he's a fair leader in other things, People say that he's not extortionist. He thinks straight, and he will implement as quick as possible. people actually think that Matiangi is the Magufuli of Kenya, I don't know. But I have never seen a problem with David Maraga if we're looking at the high-profile politicians. But if for some way or some reason someone comes with an agenda where we will finally get a young person who will decide that they're the ones who are going to champion, national leadership in the next 2 years, then maybe we can change our mind. I don't see it happening, unfortunately. It's just because that's the state of our leadership. The Ruto will pour money, yani he will pour money, mpaka there will be so many presidential candidates in the way that we have never seen before, to divide the vote and to laugh at Kenyans. And those other presidential candidates will be there to fill the media houses, the space. We will just find people listening to them to make it look interesting. It's the same thing that Wajir did. He wasted our time. And people, Wajir was not going to be the president of the country. But he was planted there to waste our time. And he did waste our time. So we must now think about who is it that, if it's a high-profile politician, as we know right now, is it going to be Maraga or Matiangi? Definitely not Kalonzo Musyoka. I am sorry to the people of Ukambani. The person called Kalonzo Musyoka is not serious for leadership. I would actually liken him now to Raila Odinga, because they both have come from the old, practice. And I think that Kalonzo and Raila, they were so attached, to the extent where Kalonzo was beginning to be just like Mr. Odinga in terms of their practice in politics, lately in the last 3 elections. So I would think that the revolution should completely reject those who purported to change Kenya in the last 15, 20 years. And then we have a full, fresh leadership, mostly youth. But who are these youth? Who are these people? Who are these people? Because the internet, for example, has given us so many youth leaders, but they're not coming to the fore. And every time you find someone wanting to do something, they're demanding for cash. They're demanding for money. You look at that guy, Morara. He started so well. He decided now he is going to not leave any stones unturned. People started even giving him short clips of scandals, county development scandals, and then he would go there and unearth what is happening. Now he has stopped. Why? He says he doesn't have enough money. Has he been captured? Maybe, maybe not, but most likely yes. I am interested to know, honestly, which youth leader will pursue change for Kenya. At the moment, I don't see it. This person has to take some risk. If it's one person, so be it. If it's 2 people, let them try. And that's my message for today, because I believe that every single day we're saying Ruto this, Ruto that, but we're not coming with substantive leadership criteria. In fact, he's mocking us. He's saying that who is there? What are people afraid of doing that cannot change this leadership? Over to you, Njiru. Jiru, you're silent on your side, you know.
Yeah, sawa. Weka conclusion tufunge sasa tafadhali.
Mimi nimemaliza na yangu, nimesema hata hapo hivyo kama si Matiangi ni Maraga or what in terms of these recycled leaders.
Watu hapo walikuwa wanaongea story ya third force. Did you understand what they meant, Alex, when you was talking about that force? Third force?
Tulisikia maneno ya third force na ule Ekuru Aukot bana, unakumbuka?
Yeah, even in other countries kuna kuanga na story ya third force. So how would third force play out in our country?
We're not serious. When everything has been captured, including that third force, we're not serious, bana. This person who is coming to lead the country has to be nothing to do with either the current opposition and the current government. We have to have a clean slate, bana. It's not impossible. There's no, what is third force? You tell me. Right now in Kenya, who is third force?
Maybe akina Maraga, akina Okiya Mtata, the ones who are not being mentioned now. Could
Yeah, but those are main. Yeah, those are main.
Ama Genzi wenyewe.
No. That's relegating the Gen Z and relegating anyone who is a credible mainstream person, because Maraga is mainstream. Even Okiya Mtata is mainstream because Okiya Mtata has been annoying every government by going to court every time. We know his face, we know his name, we know his work. But I'm glad that you mentioned Okiya Mtata in the same line as Maraga. But who is it in those constituencies, the devolved counties, that is going to think in a similar way as kina Maraga, kina Okiya?
Are you going to be here?
Yes, I'm here.
Can I leave this here?
Okay.
Like,
So mheshimiwa, hapo ndio nimewacha. Asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi ya kuongea kwa channel yako leo. Asante.
Sawa, nimeshukuru. Let's meet tomorrow. And everyone who has made it possible for our show to move on, nashukuru. So without any further ado, mashal kaheri siku ya leo. So resilient, enda ukalale sasa. Resilient, enda usingizi sasa. Tumemaliza show. We have finished the show. Wow. Have a good night. Have a good night. Good night. Kama ilipinduka mimi bila kujua. Backface. Good night. Tuonane kesho. Thank you.